Erkek Mongolların gitsin Cengiz Han'ın Yıldım adına olsun Erktur eylesin Gitsin Cengiz Han'ın Erkek Mongolların gitsin Cengiz Han'ın
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming for this special event. Today is January 27th, and exactly 30 years ago on this day, Mongolia and United States of America signed their diplomatic relations. Thank you all of you for coming our 11th annual International Mongolian Studies Conference. And then this year our title is Mongolia and US Relations, Past, Present and Future. Now for opening remarks, I want to invite here His Excellency Bodhaging Achtinger, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of Mongolia to the United States of America.
Good morning, everybody. First, I would like to congratulate you with this wonderful, amazing celebration of the 30th anniversary of establishment diplomatic relations between our two countries. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my utmost pleasure to welcome you all here to the Embassy of Mongolia on the occasion of the 11th Annual International Conference for Mongolian Studies. This conference, which promotes and strengthens our nation's relations and partnerships, has become a fine tradition among international policies. I express my gratitude to many Mongolians who have initiated the academic tradition of Mongolian studies, former ambassadors, honorary speakers, scholars, and researchers, including Ambassador Campbell, Ambassador Atishan Muraden. And of course, our guest Assistant Secretary of State Department, Joseph Thornton, and Dr. John Williams, Dr. Christopher Atwood, Dr. Nancy Steinhardt, Dr. Sarodetn for making this conference a true partnership event. I think you will all agree that it is a real dedication and tireless efforts to the development of Mongolian studies that we are here today. This year is an exciting year for all of us. Exactly 30 years ago, on this exact date, two of our top senior diplomats sat together in the treaty room at the Department of State and signed a document which set the foundation for vibrant cooperation. This year we celebrate the 13th anniversary of the diplomatic relations between Mongolia and the United States. Let me just take a brief moment here to reminisce about the history of our two nations. Although our official diplomatic ties were established 30 years ago, Mongolia-US relations has almost more than 100 years history of collaboration, dating back to the early encounters of American explorers, adventures in the landmark visit of Vice President Henry Wallace to Mongolia in 1944. Historical documents show that initial requests to open diplomatic representative offices date back as early as 1914, when Bogdan sent a letter to the United States requesting for a consulate to be opened in then the capital of Mongolia, Urga. The idea was later on supported by then the United States Trade Envoy to China in the recommendations to Washington. So I can honestly say that bilateral relations between Mongolia and the United States were carefully growing even in time of ideological division. Since then, our relations has expanded and the bond between our people has deepened. Our bilateral relations is nurtured by the friendship of our people, our shared value of democracy and freedom, our common interest in ensuring the stability and security in the region. The 3 decades long cooperation has broadened in many areas, including politics, defense, commerce, education, and culture. Our cooperation goes even further into the international arena, with our peacekeepers so shoulder to shoulder in United Nations peacekeeping missions and the other coalition partnerships. Operations. We are overwhelmingly satisfied with the deep people-to-people ties, and I think it's a backdrop of this close ties, the mutual understanding and friendship forged between our two people over the course of our relations, whether it is 30 years or 100 years, that we have this enormous respect for each other and willingness to learn and study from each other that has impulsed the development of Mongolian study today. In accordance with the celebration of our 13th anniversary, we have planned to organize a number of events both here in Ulaanbaatar. including cultural performances, exhibitions, and conferences, activities that showcase our close and active cooperation. We are pleased to begin our celebration with 11th Annual International Conference for Mongolian Studies. I would like to note that the most important part of today's conference is devoted to our friendly relations and cooperation, which we named after Mongolia-US relations past, present, and future. Mongolian studies have been expanded tremendously in the US since the 20th century. Apart from the establishment of the Mongolian Studies Synthesis, California University in 1936, Harvard University in 1946, Washington University in 1940, Indiana University in 1936, West Washington in 1970. Many more universities run programs related to Mongolian language, history, archaeology, arts, culture, socioeconomy, religion, and civilizational relationship. The government of Mongolia has set an agenda to pursue an active policy to promote Mongolian studies internationally, to encourage overseas Mongolian studies, to prepare the next generation of Mongolists, and to strengthen the cultural and language immunity of Mongols. To that end, the National Fund for Mongolian Studies was established by the order of the President, and the National Program of Mongolian Studies was approved by the government of Mongolia in 2012, respectively. At the same time, the information hub for the Mongolian Studies was launched in the website www.mongolianstudies.government.mn. Research institutes, private and public colleges, universities, non-profit organizations also incorporate Mongolian studies in its curriculum and profile. The establishment of World Mongols Project created the Mongolian government also has an aim to learn and preserve cultural heritages and language, to actively involve foreign scholars in promoting our country and to facilitate their participation through overarching guidelines. As a result, I see great perspective deepening the people-to-people ties, cultural exchanges, and our contribution to develop Mongolian studies. Mongolian studies are vast and there are no limitations. However, there is always room for enhancement and expansion. The government of Mongolia will exert every effort to further develop Mongolian studies. I am fully confident that this will be implemented through our joint efforts. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I now have the pleasure to announce the opening of the 11th Annual International Conference for Mongolian Studies. I am sure that everyone here looks forward to having many spectacular presentations from our scholars. I wish you all a successful conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Altenberg. And today we have a special guest, and I want to invite here Susan Thornton, Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary, U.S. Department of State.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ambassador Altenberg, for those wonderful remarks to kick off the conference, and thank you for that introduction. It's great to see everybody out on such a beautiful Washington morning for this conference, and I know everyone's excited to get going. I'm here today representing, of course, the U.S. government, not just for the opening of the 11th Annual International Mongolian Studies Conference, but also to celebrate, of course, as the ambassador noted so well, the 30th anniversary of our relations with the United States and Mongolia. It's a very special day, and I really thank the Mongolian Embassy and all of you for being here and for having this conference to help us celebrate this day. 30 years ago today, the United States and Mongolia signed a memorandum of understanding to establish diplomatic relations between our two countries. And on that day, Secretary of State George Shultz said that in the past, formidable barriers have kept us isolated from one another. Some of those obstacles were erected by nature, such as the great distance between our lands, but others were put in place by men. I think the ambassador alluded to the fact that actually going back more than 100 years, we have had a lot of interconnectivity and intercultural ties. But geographically, George Shultz pointed out, the United States and Mongolia are far apart. In my mind, though, the biggest change over the last 30 years is how close our two nations have become, in fact. In every area, economically, culturally, politically, and even militarily, the United States and Mongolia have really grown closer, and our bilateral relationship has flourished. Today, as former Secretary of State John Kerry said during his visit to Ulaanbaatar last June, we don't define our relationship in the context of distances. We would define it in terms of our shared hopes, our aspirations for our people, and in the types of governments we've both chosen to implement. Or to put it in terms that we often hear from our Mongolian friends, we are proud to be Mongolia's third neighbor, however far away we may be. This didn't happen by chance. It happened as a result of really hard work, and some of the people who did some of that hard work are in the room today, and I want to recognize certainly two of our former ambassadors who are here today as part of a long chain of efforts that have gone into this relationship. Mongolia's historic decision for democracy in 1990 resulted in sustained U.S. support for Mongolia's political and economic development ever since. Our closeness has come from standing together in the fields of Iraq and Afghanistan, as well as at the United Nations and in the community of democracies. It has come from U.S. and Mongolian companies' efforts to deepen our trade relationship, as well as from our government's work to create a fertile climate for our bilateral trade. Most recently, we signed the U.S.-Mongolia Transparency Agreement, which will make it easier for U.S. businesses to do business and invest in Mongolia. And this will deepen our trade relationship to the benefit of both of our economies. So that was a major milestone that we passed this year, and thanks to a lot of people here who brought that to fruition, especially our ambassadors here in the front. Most of all, though, our closeness has come from the efforts of individual people, Americans and Mongolians, working to develop cultural ties between our peoples, and that is people like you. The U.S. government is proud to have done our part to support these efforts. Our Peace Corps program in Mongolia has celebrated its 25th anniversary recently. More than 100 Peace Corps volunteers are serving in every one of Mongolia's 21 IMACs. They're teaching English, they're working in public health, and they're helping to empower young people in Mongolia. U.S. government-sponsored exchange programs like the Fulbright program, the International Visitor Leadership Program, bring about 90 Mongolian government officials and civil society representatives to the United States every year. Last year, we were pleased to add the first ever U.S. government-funded high school exchange program for Mongolian students, and we're looking for ways to build on that success this year. Right now, we also have the first group of participants in a new program to develop Mongolia's next generation of democratic leaders here in the United States. They're here on a pilot program, and they'll be in Washington next week, and I'm looking forward to seeing them. But another key part of developing our cultural ties is building academic connections with Mongolia. The Mongolian Cultural Center and this conference that brings together scholars from the United States, Mongolia, and beyond to talk about Mongolian studies plays an essential role in helping our two countries understand one another and understand the significance of our relationship and the closeness of that relationship. Over the course of this historic 30th anniversary year, the U.S. and Mongolian governments have an ambitious course of events that we have planned to show just how far our relationship has come in the last 30 years. And just as importantly, we want to lay a new foundation for new avenues of cooperation. So this conference is the first of this sweep of events planned in Washington this year, and it's definitely not the last, as the ambassador mentioned. So I look forward to seeing all of you at many, many more events related to Mongolia and U.S.-Mongolian relations this year. My best wishes for your successful conference. I'm sure the presentations will be fascinating, and I thank you very much for inviting me here to share in the opening. So enjoy it.
Thank you very much, Secretary Susan Thornton. My name is Megamring Sarodertin. I'm a head of Mongolian Cultural Center, and seizing this moment, I want to tell you about a little about our Mongolian Cultural Center. So it was back in 2007, the Mongolian Cultural Center, in conjunction with the Embassy of Mongolia, organized its first Mongolian Studies Conference. The same year, the diplomatic relations between Mongolia and US marked its 20th anniversary. So here we are again, witnessing the 3rd anniversary. We held Mongolian Studies conferences every year for the past 10 years, with each conference featuring more than 20 presentations by over 300 scholars and presenters. We had visitors from Mongolia, the US, Canada, People's Republic of China, Russia. From Russia, we had presenters from Kalmykia, Buryatia, Tuva, and Siberian regions, Mongolian scholars. And Azerbaijan, Turkey, South Korea, Japan, Israel, Germany, Great Britain, and Kazakhstan. In addition to the Mongolian Studies Conference, we organize every year an annual Children's Mongolian Summer Camp in Bloomington, Indiana, to teach Mongolian language culture to Mongolian children in the US. We have never missed an opportunity to share our Mongolian culture and heritage with school children, college students, as well as the general public. All this, in my humble opinion, play a part in the relations between our two countries. Mongolian studies in the US have a far longer history than the diplomatic relations between our two countries. Ambassador and Secretary both talked about this, and I agree with them. And Mongolian and American scholars, historians, and linguists had long established relationships even before the two nations' leaders engaged in diplomatic relations. In the era of Owen Latimer, Nicholas Poppe, Francis Woodwin Cleaves, and Dean Sr., US reached the leading role in the arena of Mongolian studies in the world. So it is my sincere hope that this kind of conferences takes us closer to this era. Please accept my deepest gratitude and best wishes to all our presenters and guests. Thank you. And now, before our panel, we have a greeting from Mongolian Minister of Foreign Affairs. So I want to invite here Håkon Erumbolt, Third Secretary of the Embassy, to introduce our greetings from Foreign Minister.
Honorable guests, esteemed scholars, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the government of Mongolia and in my own name, please allow me to sincerely welcome you to the 11th Annual International Conference for Mongolian Studies, which is being held this time under the theme Mongolia-USA Relations, Past, Present, and Future. It is gratifying to note that the observation of the 30th anniversary of the establishment of Mongolia and the United States diplomatic relations is set into motion with this conference, to be followed by a series of commemorative events in both capitals throughout the year. At exactly the same time, here in Ulaanbaatar, the observation is opened with the conference named 30 Years of Mongolia-USA Relations, the Aspiration Towards the Strategic Partnership. The 11th Annual International Conference for Mongolian Studies serves as a vivid demonstration of the continued support offered by the many scholars to our efforts to shape a new society that upholds the universal values of democracy and freedom. While expressing my appreciation to the Mongolian Cultural Center for co-organizing this conference, I wish to emphasize the valuable contribution and support provided by the people of the United States for the consolidation of democracy in Mongolia from its very onset. Taking this opportunity, I wish to thank you all for your noble endeavors in developing Mongolian studies around the world. It is remarkable that a new generation of enthusiastic Mongolists has emerged to carry on the work you have started. Enhanced development of Mongolian studies is imperative to the future of Mongolia. Hence, I wish to express my sincere appreciation to all of you for your strong commitment and hard work. I wish you all productive deliberations and success to the conference. Respectfully, the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Mongolia, Sinding Moharlı.
Okay, so here we conclude the opening remarks, and my idea is it's better us to move directly to our panel presenters, because there is news that today the big event happening in the downtown of Washington D.C. So we need time to get our next in the afternoon events in Library of Congress. It says it's the roads are blocked and there's a big event. So I ask my presenters to keep the time. The time is 20 plus 10. 20 minutes presenting, 10 minutes question and answers. If you use your 25 minutes, you have left only 5 minutes for question. And if you hold 30 minutes, there's no question. That's the secret. So our first panel is U.S.-Mongolian relations. And before I invite our first speaker, we are lucky here today because about this Mongolian-U.S. relations, from the American side, there were two important books were published. And we are very lucky today to have both of the authors here. Ambassador Jonathan Adelton, author of the one book, and our first speaker, Alicia Campion.
I'd like to thank Dr. Sarul and the organizational people who have made this conference possible. Thanks to Ambassador Altengaro and the Mongolian Embassy staff and the members of the Department of State, the ambassadors who I know well, Ambassador Campbell, Ambassador Adelton, and many friends. Just a few notes before I begin. I was asked to write a book chapter, which is going to be published by Cambridge Press, should be out in 1 or 2 months, on this topic. And this is a shortened version, and I don't have the time to read the whole paper, so I have much more information in it. And also my second book, which will be on Mongolian foreign policy in the democratic era, published by Lynn Reiner this year, has been finished. And so that book is written not from the point of view necessarily of the United States, but the point of view of Mongolian foreign relations. But the United States is a major part of the story. So basically, to summarize my analysis of the last 30 years. I am a historian and now working a lot in international relations. And so the story isn't just universally positive. And so I'm the one who has to perhaps put somewhat unhappy at times note of reality, but I basically am very positive and about our relations and feel that many of the trends of the past 30 years are going in the correct direction, but not necessarily all of them. So I see as in the past 30 years of Mongolia's U.S. Relations with the United States, when I look just at those relations, there are certain definite trends. And if we move through the period, the first period is, we'll talk about a little bit about the Mongolia-U.S. concept of third neighbor, which other presenters will talk about. The second major trend is the period of the 1990s when there was a dependence on U.S. coordinated overseas donor assistance, ODA. Another major trend in our relationships has been Mongolia and the U.S. deteriorating economic relations, but growing people-to-people and military cooperation. And the most recent trend that really has started in 2015 is based on Mongolia's concept of trilateralism, which we'll talk a little bit about. And mostly when they talk about this concept, it's discussed with Mongolia, China, Russia trilateralism, but the Mongolian government has come up with a counterbalancing trilateral relationship and strategy which embraces Mongolia, the United States, and Japan. So those are the major trends as I see over the 30 years. Now on January 27th, 1987, official diplomatic relations were established between our two countries, and the overriding concept, if you could say, what's been happening in the 30 years of the official relations, we would say it's based upon the third neighbor concept. And what is this? It's the idea that Mongolia has two great border neighbors, Russia and China, and it always is concerned first with balancing and fine-tuning its relationship with them. But in order to break out of its isolation, it has sought neighbors beyond the borders, and the concept of third neighbor was first used by U.S. Secretary of State James Baker, who made a short visit to Mongolia in 1990, just as the Iraqis were invading Kuwait. And as a way, he suggested that Mongolia looked for third neighbors and that the United States might be such a third neighbor to balance the tendency, historical tendency of China and Russia to establish control over Mongolia's international and domestic politics and economy. So throughout the 30 years of our relationship, what is the U.S. and Mongolian third neighbor relationship has gone through redefinitions and rethinking, but it is basically the basis of our relationship overall. So if we move on to this, within that concept, we talk about the donor assistance era. And we have to remember that before 1990, Mongolia's development was based on what is called the non-capitalist way imposed by the former Soviet Union. As a result, its economy was not integrated with the Asian region, and it was receiving a great deal of aid from the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe through the COMCON system. At the same time, because of the economic isolation, there was a lot of political isolation from other Asian countries as well as capitalist countries such as the United States. And at the end of the 1980s, as the democratic era is beginning, Mongolia was one of the most financially dependent countries in the world. And so in 1990, with the collapse of the Soviet Union's funding of the Mongolian economy, the country fell into a Great Depression, and 30% of Mongolia's GDP, which had derived from Soviet assistance through 1990, had to be replaced, and that deficit was made up by international assistance. Now, at that time, the United States, as the remaining superpower in the world, was seen by the Mongols as the potential to be its number one third neighbor. And at the macro level, the international donor assistance was managed by the United States. And much of this information about that can be found in Ambassador Adelton's book on the history, 25 years of the history of our relationship. It's not that the United States was the major donor, it was not. But it encouraged other countries, particularly Japan and Germany and the European countries, to step up and try to help Mongolia, and it helped manage on the macro level and encourage countries to be interested in Mongolia, a land that many of them did not know much about. So the American position at that time was that it was one of Mongolia's special partners, and it was particularly interested in committing to help Mongolia further its democratic progress and international engagement. Although the Department of Commerce and U.S. Trade Representative Office devoted time, funds, and energy through trade promotion seminars, and there were many company site visits in the 1990s. Basically, our aid was an assistance program in Mongolia was administered through the USAID program or the Department of Agriculture. We focused on promoting economic competitiveness and policy assistance, helping to set up the private sector and the accompanying civil legal regime to protect private business. And then we moved into anti-corruption and anti-human trafficking programs. Now, during this era, in the 1990s, this cemented a close relationship between Mongolia and the U.S. and was the major reason that the U.S. was interested in encouraging other Western democracies to become involved in Mongolia's developmental assistance. And among the major U.S. Entities working in this field, we have to especially mention the International Republican Institute, which received funding from the U.S. Congress to open an office in Mongolia in 1990. And that was particularly focusing on helping Mongolia move from a one-party authoritarian rule to a multi-party democracy with a vibrant market-based economy. And this entity was also inspired at the time in the 1990s, you have to remember, and this is echoes of our politics today, Newt Gingrich's contract with America. And the IRI helped the young democratic leaders, including President Elbig develop a contract with Mongolia as a policy that they took to the voters, and eventually the Democratic Coalition for the first time took political power in 1996. Now, the U.S. government's aid strategy throughout the 90s was developed around the two strategic goals of establishing a market-oriented and democratic society simultaneously. And this way, Mongolia became very much in the focus of the U.S. Congress, and they also were pleased that the U.S. programs helped to establish a very vibrant NGO sector in Mongolia, which is still one of the features of Mongolia today. We're talking about the Asia Foundation, the Konrad Adenauer Foundation, the Soros Foundation, and others to show you how the NGO system exploded in Mongolia, exploded using a good term. In 1991 to 1996, there were 36 NGOs, international NGOs. The number rose to 95 from 97 to 2002, And in 2005, you had 116 international NGOs working in Mongolia, including the Soros Foundation. Another important component of the American Assistance Program was the Peace Corps, which celebrated its 25th year in Mongolia in 2016, and there have been over 1,275 volunteers that have worked in Mongolia as of this year. And they particularly work in community and youth development, health education, economic development, and teaching English as a second language. Now, in the late 1990s, U.S. foreign direct investment, so that's private investment, not government donor assistance, had a major impact on Mongolia's oil sector. And actually there was a very short time in the 1990s when the U.S. was the #1 foreign investor in Mongolia. And this was because of this investment in the oil sector. And the first production sharing contract was signed in 1993 with a U.S. company called SOCO. President is Ed Story. And it was developing former Soviet-era wells and selling this oil together with its minor partner in the company to China. In December 2003, the Mongols passed legislation that allowed the extension of these contracts. So this company was granted a full 5-year extension of 3 of its licenses, and Richard Armitage, the U.S. Deputy Secretary of State, went to Ulaanbaatar to witness the new contract signing in January of 2004. And at that time, he said the event symbolizes the exact type of cooperation we need between the United States and Mongolia, and noted that $85 million had been invested. Thus, it was a complete shock to the Mongolian government, which had no prior consultation or warning, when 1 year later, SOCO announced that it had sold its entire 100% owned share in this company to PetroChina, the subsidiary of China National Offshore Oil Corporation. And the Mongolian government and people believe that SOCO consciously had deceived them, sold out Mongolian interests to the Chinese, and the U.S. government was unwilling or unable to stop the sale, and that was a concrete sign that the free market advocated by the Americans was very selfish and treacherous to the country's national security. So, although SOCO didn't do anything wrong from the American free market point of view and from its stockholders' point of view, this was the real bitter lesson that Mongolia learned about what happens when you deal with a totally private company that is interested, as American companies are, in making profits. And so actually it is from this particular incident that we can see Mongolia changing its ideas about developing of its strategic deposits, and that there was a growing cynicism about dealing with American businessmen as opposed to other types of businessmen. So the donor decade passes in the 1990s, and we move into Mongolia's development of its mineral sector. So with the U.S. relationship, unfortunately, because the United States is not a consumer of Mongolian minerals, nor does it need Mongolian minerals, it was only able to offer a position as a middleman. And as China is increasing in its interest in minerals from near and far, there was no reason to have American companies be the middleman. China offered better deals to Mongolian companies, and when permitted, step-by-step, American foreign direct investment disappeared from Mongolia, including in animal hair industries, and also from the mining industry. So we actually did not participate and have not participated significantly in Mongolia's mineral development boom. And that is the core reason for the lack of development of economic relations. So instead, to keep ourselves relevant in Mongolia, the United States developed a program which we know as the Millennium Challenge account, originally started under the George W. Bush era in 2004. This program had a number of problems, and I discussed them quite openly and frankly in the paper. We basically ended up with a program that was valued at about $285 million, and it covered in the end property rights project, a health project, vocational education project, energy and environmental project, and a small north-south road project. But it's interesting that when the compact closed in September of 2013, it had not spent its entire budget. Approximately $16 million of funds was returned to the compact as unused. And when it was audited, 43 million of the 260 million spent was used for administrative costs, which is very high. Okay, so the next thing that I would like to go to is to review the reasons why the U.S.-Mongolian economic relationship has not progressed well. The U.S., number one, is not a market for Mongolian minerals. Number two, U.S. companies which have been middlemen for trading with China have been replaced by Chinese companies with direct ties. Number three, American investors are discouraged by the changeable legal environment. Four, Mongolians feel U.S. investment especially has led to greater Chinese penetration of and monopoly over Mongolia's economy. And five, the Mongolian government has chosen other foreign companies over American rather than continue the pro-American favoritism policy of the 1990s. So then I discuss how we go into an era in the past 15 years based mainly on bilateral, high-level political visits. We had U.S. President Bush visit Mongolia. We've had a couple of secretaries of defense and, of course, secretaries of state, which have these visits, some of which were hosted by the two ambassadors who sit in the audience today, made important public relations impact on U.S. relations. But the main area beyond the people-to-people ties and the Peace Corps ties, where we have real positive development, is U.S.-Mongolian military cooperation. And that is basically done based upon the idea that Mongolia needed to find a way, if it couldn't develop a protector to replace the Soviet Union for itself, it had to modernize its own armed forces. And one of its general strategies that the National Security Council of Mongolia came upon early on was try to partner with the Western militaries in order to modernize your equipment and your training procedures. And why would you do this? It would be good to do it through developing Mongolia's peacekeeping capacity, which is also used by other small nations, such as Nepal, for example, and even Finland. So I discussed this very positive aspect, and among the great success stories are the twinning or partnering of the Alaska National Guard with the U.S. military. We also have a very strong relationship because Mongolia since 2003 has hosted Conquest, and Conquest is a military exercise, peacekeeping exercise, but originally it started as an exercise between the U.S. Marine Corps and Mongolian armed forces, and now it's expanded to cover many international peacekeeping countries. They also have a program with the U.S. Air Force called Pacific Angel Program, and as I said, these major events came upon the Ministry of Defense dealing with them. So the last thing I want to just briefly touch on is today, the new trend, and the new trend is trilateralism. So in 2013, we begin the change of relationship between President Xi of China and President Putin of Russia. It becomes a closer relationship and is formalized as a comprehensive partnership. And those two countries are talking a great deal about Silk Road and about Eurasia development. And so Mongolia, so it doesn't get pushed out of this, or decisions on its foreign policy and economic made by its two border neighbors without Mongolian input, develops a policy of trilateralism that President Elbig suggested. And these three countries now are making a lot of progress in coordinating, particularly rail, road, and transport development in the region, which benefits all three countries. Now, when this happened in 2013, this provoked a reaction from the United States and other Western democracies saying, what's going on here? Are you still interested in democracy, etc.? And so Mongolia, thinking how to handle this situation, then has come to and approached its major, a major donor over through the donor era and a foreign investor from the West, Japan, as well as the United States, to say, let's form a trilateral relationship. And that is a balance to the trilateral relationship with Russia and China. There's been some success in this. Basically, the U.S. in the relationship is mostly developing the military side, while Japan, which has real economic interest in Mongolian minerals, is working in the economic sector. Now, as we move into a new U.S. administration, we will see whether or not there will be a change in at least that trilateral relationship, which will enable American business people to be more active and not just see the economic part of the relationship to the Japanese. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's going to be so thank you. And questions? Any questions?
Thank you. So just two questions. One, I was wondering, and I think we heard a little bit about Peace Corps earlier too, but what do you think is the future of Peace Corps in Mongolia, especially considering that Peace Corps has pulled out of other former communist countries, and it seems to me that a part of the donor relationship that you were speaking of in the 90s, but that seems to kind of continue. So what is your thoughts on the future? And my other question was about the legal environment. So there's some changes in the legal environment that can speak about that.
Okay. Well, in terms of the Peace Corps is considered a very successful program. But, of course, there are people in this room who know more about the actual legal requirements of a country that receives Peace Corps help. I mean, we don't send Peace Corps people to France. So, I'm actually very bullish on the Mongolian economy. I think if you don't, I'm not worried about the next 2 or 3 years, as much as the people who have to help plan the budget and pay all the loans that Mongolia owes. But if I look 10 and 20 years down the road, I see Mongolia as, beyond a middle income country, and could be an extremely rich country. Then it doesn't qualify for Peace Corps. So if you take an optimistic view of our relationship, then Peace Corps comes to an end. But right now, it is very important in terms of especially promoting the people-to-people ties. And the Peace Corps people who go to Mongolia tend to stay in the field. The only problem is I wish more of them went into the academic field, because we have very few who do. And that's an unfortunate thing. In terms of the legal environment, well, actually the reason I mentioned the Soko situation is because this is the actual reason why Mongolia begins this flip-flop over the past 20 years of putting in mineral laws, putting in different laws, and then finding they don't work very well, we don't get the result we want, then switching them and having populist uprising against the decisions of the capital. And because they felt that what they had been told about how private enterprise works didn't protect them, because Soko got the contract without bid because they were an American company. And the new Democratic Coalition government had wanted American business there. And they thought that would be good and they could develop themselves. And they wanted to exclude the control of their oil resources from either of their border neighbors. And in the end, in a perfectly fine move in terms of legality under our system, they got the exact opposite of what they wanted, and which is just also not in the U.S. government's interest. So a lot of fixing this is very difficult because people are not projecting what is going to be the result of the passing of a certain law. And the other instability in the legal regime is the United States wanted Mongolia to be a democratic country. And what I have said to these ambassadors when they were there, we got a country that has a democratic system. And that means you have to listen to the people. You just can't plan things in Washington and have the local people in the Gobi and other places cut out. You're going to have problems. And right now in Washington, D.C., we are experiencing the exact same thing. So this is very destabilizing. And when you have the parliament passing things or the president's office suggesting things which have not been well vetted and are not accepted by the population in the areas that are being impacted, you are going to have instability in the legal system or in the court system that's supposed to uphold it.
Amazing presentation. Thank you, as always, for your insight on what you know the best, which is the 30 years of the U.S.-Mongolia relations. My question pertains to the trilateral relations that you have mentioned between Mongolia and the two neighbors. And Albert Dorch has initiated it, so it's ongoing. And you have mentioned that it's to the benefit of the three countries. And we know there's imbalance of powers. We know who the South and North are. So my question is, what is your view and assessment of this trilateral relationship? And then more importantly, how much of a benefit and how much of a voice Mongolia really has in that so-called trilateral relationship?
Okay. If we talk about the trilateral relationship between Russia, China, and Mongolia, okay, the imbalance as it exists today is caused by the economic weakness of Russia, which needs, just as much as Mongolia does, foreign direct or investments in their country if they will allow it. And they previously didn't allow it, and then Putin started to allow it. Chinese investment in Russian gas and a gas mine in 2014. So their problem is that when China has all the economic power, potential economic power, that seems weak, but in reality, China, with a very ambitious One Belt, One Road policy, is now, and a muscular and growing military policy in the South China Seas, is pouring out money and promises to give money to many nations. So what looks like a benefit and a strength for China, in reality is also its Achilles heel, because the relationship is unstable. Everybody wants money from China. China, because of face, isn't going to say we don't have the money. It's only Americans who go around saying we're all poor. We owe $1 trillion, The Chinese don't do things like that. So this relationship, everybody knows, China, Russia, Mongolia, is a temporary relationship. And yet it has been able to produce some concrete major projects which are already moving in on rail and road, have moved into development, not beyond just talk. So that relationship is a temporary relationship, mainly because Russia has to be in the relationship because of its economic weakness, affected by the sanctions put on by the Obama administration. Now, if the relationship between the United States and Russia changes, if the sanctions are some way lifted or modified towards Europe, Russia can again have high-paying customers for its mineral energy and its energy minerals, and it has alternatives to Chinese investment. So the trilateral relationship between the U.S., Japan, and Mongolia, this relationship could become stronger. Now notice, I talk about these two triangles. The point of intersection between the two triangles, as always, is Mongolia. That's very clever. As long as Mongolia understands that because it's in both triangles, it's not 100% trusted by either triangle. That's okay. But I feel that the other thing about the trilateral relationship between the U.S., China, the U.S., Japan, and Mongolia is in reality, since the 1990s, it's unofficially been there because it was Japan, the U.S., and who were managing the overseas donor assistance program. So these trilateralism policies are reactive. One of the main features of the papers, our policies with between the United States and Mongolia are mainly reactive policies. We have a developed relationship that accelerates militarily because of 2001. If we had never been attacked in New York and Washington, I don't know that we would have had such a good military relationship. That's a reaction. So we have a reactive relationship, but because of distance. Distance counts.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Dr. Aditya, President of the Mongolian Council. Now I would like to invite here Boulder Saju, graduate student at the University of San Francisco, promising young scholar in our country's relations. She just published recently an article in Diplomat about His Holiness Dalai Lama's visit in Mongolia.
No, good morning, everyone. On the occasion of the U.S. Mongolia's 30th anniversary, on the occasion of the 30th anniversary of the U.S. Mongolia's relations, I have prepared a presentation on Mongolia's foreign policy and U.S. Mongolia's bilateralism. Thank you for Dr. Kempe on touching on U.S. Mongolia's bilateralism and on foreign policy, and thank you for the embassy and the NCC for hosting such an important conference. If you think about it, 30 years is a long time, and I wasn't even born when two countries were signing this important agreement. So I'm very happy to be here. Thank you for paying attention. So today we are celebrating the U.S. Mongolia's 30th anniversary, also shared principles and values that both countries have gone through in the past 30 years. But before I get to my foreign policy concept, I'd like to mention a couple of dates, because dates are very important. Mongolia has made a couple of attempts to engage the U.S., actually 4 times. It was during 1913 and 1914, and during 1921, after the revolution. And before Mongolia and U.S. had started diplomatic relations, Mongolia had joined the United Nations in 1962, so that was great. And 1 year after the agreement on 1987, first ambassador was sent to Mongolia in 1988, that's where I was born. And today, on this day, we celebrate the diplomatic relations exactly on January 29, 2017. Over the past 30 years, the U.S. and Mongolia's bilateral relations have shared similar principles and values on a political, economic, and social level, such as the spread of democratic values, to spread human rights values, advocacies, and implementing these policies into government policies to enable market-based economy, to advance military to military cooperation, to promote international peace and security initiatives, to thwart regional threats, and preservation of wildlife and ecosystem. Now, according to the 2016 Freedom of House report, Mongolia has ranked on 86 on its political rights, civil liberties, and freedom ratings. However, events such as increasing media censorship, manipulation of political power, and corruption cases could challenge these rankings in the future. The United States have ranked on 90 on the same report, which illustrates the similar principles and values shared by the U.S. and Mongolia. Two countries' relations are expanding from political, economic, and social to military relations. As Dr. Kempe mentioned, in 2013, the Han Quest was first initiated, started from the U.S., I think it was the U.S. Navy or the Marines working with the Mongolian military, and now to multinational military training at 5 Hills. Now, I'm quoting from what the Admiral Harry said in 2016. He said that in 2003, Han Quest began as a joint training endeavor between Mongolia and the U.S., but now it's a premier peacekeeping exercise involving dozens of nations from around the world. This is a testament to the power of partnership. And this events such as joint military operations are really showing the U.S.-Mongolia relations have become more than just social to social on political level. Now it's going military relations. The U.S. supports for the modernization of Mongolia's military and its personnel by providing education and training and international peacekeeping and combat tactics both at home and abroad. In return, Mongolian peacemakers are becoming an important part of global peace and security, not just in the Middle East, as Dr. Kempe mentioned, in Iraq, Afghanistan, or in South Sudan, and I think North Sudan too. And as for 2017, the U.S. Okay, so this is a photo that I want to show you guys. Does anybody want to
Very
name
new one.
this?
Very, very new.
This is very new.
Yes, very new.
So the middle one is Jennifer Goff. She's the new ambassador.
And
then-
that time, afterwards, that time Deputy Minister of Defense.
Yeah, he's the deputy minister, and then that's Navy Admiral Harris and our president. And that's the source where I got the photo from. Now, according to the U.S. Department of Foreign Assistance webpage, I found this information that the U.S. is planning on funding almost $4 million, and it usually goes to education and development sectors. And I hope that even this funding would reach the right people this coming years. Since we're talking about Mongolia and Mongolia's foreign policy, I wanted to kind of switch our direction to Mongolia's third neighbor foreign policy, which Dr. Kempe also talked about. But I will be going like a little bit more detailed, not so macro. So Mongolia's foreign policy concept has always been around Russia and China, but the concept of third neighbor foreign policy has always been around historically, but it was never putting into like legal form. So once it's not written, people perhaps just don't recognize it. Throughout Mongolia's history, third neighbor foreign policy was around for warfare and trade purposes. In 2011, the Mongolian foreign policy concept was established, and the policy itself really highlighted where Mongolia is going in the future, both Russia and China and abroad, using the third neighbor foreign policy. By strengthening bilateral relations with Russia and China, the development strategies will go out to East Asia, South Asian countries, and to the Americas, including Brazil and a couple other countries. The notion of third neighbor foreign policy is really related to modernization of Mongolia's education, Mongolia's direction toward the world. It's not just one country. And third neighbor policy happened to be my favorite policy just because it's full of potential. It's reaching out beyond Russia and China. And not only the policy itself is reaching, it diverses into all the fields that are really could promote Mongolia's development overall. Joseph Lake, ambassador to Mongolia Secretary James Baker's role in fostering ties between U.S.-Mongolia ties following the collapse of the Soviet Union. This is when the Soviets fall, Mongolia was really starting to open up to the capitalist countries, only not in the area, but also around the world. The year 2015 has marked the increasing engagement for Mongolia's diplomatic relations with using bilateral and multilateral agreements with countries around the world, not limited to Hungary, Iran, Germany, US, and Japan, targeting many sectors such as education, mining, information technology, and business developments. The third neighbor foreign policy allows our Mongolia to boost bilateral and multilateral relations in addition to Russia and China. When third neighbor foreign policy concept was first established in 2011, there was a lot of misconception of the foreign policy going around international media saying that Mongolia was trying to cut, Russia and China over third neighbor countries such as the U.S. when U.S. Asia Pacific cases were really going in the South China Sea, but the idea of third neighbor foreign policy challenges these misconceptions. The policy itself uses soft power to tackle developing sectors such as education, science and technology, mining, energy, and infrastructure. And Mongolia has made multilateral agreements with Japan, US on trilateralism. Mongolia and Brazil has made an agreement on higher education development for graduate programs. I think it's coming up in 2017. And Mongolia and Iran has made an agreement on importing oil via China, and Mongolia and US on sustainable development, business opportunities, and continuing development field in NGOs. In 2014, Mongolia has hosted the Ulaanbaatar Dialogue on Northeast Asia security. Now, this is a really big event because at that time, ever since the early 2000s, North Korea's case was really going around threatening regional security, and Mongolia was to become part of this, and I was really proud when the government had hosted this event. So the whole goal of Ulaanbaatar Dialogue was to become a mediation for North Korea, US, and regional countries to become more peaceful, to find a solution that North Korea is not really threatened. But I'm not sure how realistic it is, but it would be great if we can do such a mediation. So why are we talking about third neighbor foreign policy? Why is it relevant for Mongolia? Throughout history, Mongolia has been looked as landlocked between Russia and China, two great powers, which is very true because we're stuck with them forever. So when the third neighbor foreign policy really opens up opportunities, as I mentioned, it's open, the world is out there, and every government should take an opportunity and use it as a strategic idea to develop Mongolia at every sector. It's not just political, military, or economic. You could literally use everything to promote this policy. Now, for the U.S., Mongolia's 30th anniversary, the third neighbor foreign policy is really relevant because U.S. is Mongolia's third neighbor. Whether it's through military, political reasons, or it's for legislations, we share shared principles and values. And I hope that you guys have enjoyed the 30th anniversary and my presentation.
Thank you very much. Questions? Portugal?
Very interesting presentation.
Thank you.
And I have two questions. One is, what are prospects for U.S. relationships with your administration here?
President Trump, what are prospects for
Okay.
U.S. relationship with U.S. new president here? And my second question is, I'm just wondering about international relationship type of studies, and I saw so much overlap with your findings and the previous presentation. So I'm just wondering, when you conduct this type of analysis, do you use any text in Mongolian, or are you using sources from U.S. magazines or reports? Because it will make huge difference. And in this type of situation, I think it will be very important to have two sides and contrast, not only rejecting from one side.
Okay, your first question was asking about Trump's administration. Mongolia is pretty good with the Republican Party. In terms of President Trump's policy, maybe immigration could affect a lot of the Mongolians studying abroad or working abroad. But in terms of relations, I would doubt that there's like noticeable change. And even foreign minister Mongolian said the same thing. In terms of sourcing of the presentation, I did use American sources, but the Mongolian foreign policy concepts are directly translated from the policy itself. It's at legal, www.legal.mn. So 2011 foreign policy concept, the third neighbor foreign policy concepts are in Mongolian and in English. And I was just doing the presentation in English just because most of the participants were speaking in Mongolian. But if you would like the sources, I can definitely send it to you. And to your third comment about taking one side, since we're talking about the U.S.-Mongolia's bilateralism, I specifically chose all the things that, both countries did together versus Mongolia did this or U.S. did that. So the United Nations, it's both parties, military to military cooperation, both parties. Mongolia's participants in the international peace and security initiatives are both involving both parties too. So I hope I answered your question. Thank you.
Just a point, I just wrote a whole chapter about this in the book. In 1994 and the 2010 foreign policy concept and foreign relations concept never use the term in Mongolian or its translation into English of third neighbors. They list these, but they don't call them third neighbors. This is both, in my opinion, legally perhaps dangerous, but also tremendously flexible. And I think that allows Mongolia the opportunity to move countries up and down this list, because there's a lot of Mongolian language, as well as in English and French and other language, where Mongolian scholars from the National Security Council, Defense University, are writing about the third neighbor concept. But legally, it doesn't exist. Neighbors exist. Friends exist, but not third neighbors. And I think that if you can study the policy, and I would suggest you continue, look at whom they were trying to get in the 1990s when they first came out, and you can see it in the discussions, Gomusurin, and a variety of other scholars, Eng Sai-Han, are talking about that. And then you look at today, look at ASEM, materials prepared for the ASEM conference in 2016. We have new Eurasian partners come in, like Iran, and the increase of importance of India on the scale. And that's because Mongolia, with its lack of legal definitive tradition, has a flexibility, including in foreign policy ideas, to move that term third neighbor even though they're writing about it extensively, but they don't have a law that they have to change because they have a different definition.
Yeah. Excellent. I agree.
Thank you very much, both. From the University of San Francisco. Okay, now I want to invite here Geshe Lama from Kanton Textile Monastery, Lobsunjan Tawanyam. And he will talk about contributions of Buddhist monks for the Mongolia-US relations. And if you see in your agenda, if there is an asterisk, the paper will be presented in the Mongolian language. But for our American audience, you can find abstract in your case.
Good morning, scientists, students, professors, scholars, and researchers. My name is Dr. James Dawanyam. I represent Kanton Textile Monastery, Mongolian, the Center of Mongolian Buddhists. My presentation is for contribution Mongolian monks for Mongolia in the United States tradition. Zanget media from what of the spoken time. Career Nancy to Jarni on the Simpson out of this Unfui with Mongol America had some to apply a tongue to the person, number in the time to exit. In the point that into the between the young man and having tower almost young since around the wrong. In this Mongol and according to Haritsa, who's 2 minutes in that. Saying Tamara Yamro to Javad. Sataraki Hana, young since from around the wrong was young since from Harini wrong. So the next Haritsa of property 2 people of Jason. Saying in the point, Sataraki Hana, young since from Harini or not, Harini. 양심은 준 상황입니다. 인허름도 아메리카에서 아메리카들이 했다고 그냥 아메리카들이 다했음. 자, 이문 자 따라가는 신타원어 서시라는 것도 대단 것이 이 문시가 무슨 거 자, 남을 이렇게 있는 거 봐. 네, 그만. 단계 특별한 시초야. 자, 오늘도 고침지된 마을 도래주의 몽고 때문에 거의로sin 화롱신기 그마 다리산이 기설은 다루고 하다루 지딩을 잘 쓰는 것이었지만 거의로sin 하리산 야동고야 이품무의 하리산 몽생 허동털다 일등틈 이렇게 다음날 조금 발표 있었고 몽고 떠니 몽고 때문에 거의로니 오스트 의딘스 자신서의 미행의 하리산 조금 비교해 때 갔다가 막 다른 때는 엔저고의 힘을 틱 American Christian 시스템 넘버치 약탈 단중 명단이던 다른 또한 나름 먹은 것도 있지. 이팀 와군다 인제 무슨 다르지 우들도 투행 하체품 아직도 버스동 오스트 히트로 쓰게 이티가 시스템 넘버 야업도 같은 거다 라이브 있지. 우티 서버 넘을 전통 속도 아메리칸 시스템이 아틀려 바이어 때문에 또 선능 가야 하는 전통 속다치 어떻게 우등치 먹는 거 알았는 거지. 또 그때 만지층 소리 일시적인 거에다 몽고된 것들 바다때 이렇게 이제도 참 주술 듣고 갔으나 자신의 넘도 그냥 순간 대위 있어 막 그렇다니 우측선 반 많아 두게 할때 분들도 있지. 자, 우리 아메리카 몽고 대위 없으면 하릭사 옷을 두고 놓지. 아이 양순 남순 다른다 양순 아롱이 가는지 그러니 아니 좋다. 내일 우승 먹을 때 어떤 건 먹다. 다양한 남들 일선 당선 없은 공부 아메리카 이름 오도탕 인치네 같이 아메리칸 이렇게 썼음 테이블 투를 입고 간다산 이래라 베이징 하분 후레 계약된 지금 드물던 다육 시스템 어떤지 속다 아스니아 업데 이렇게 사들이 하얀 거 먹고 들었음 너리 있습니다. 다 수을 때 테이블 투를 아플리아 동지도된 독도에 님 넘어 있음 인데레 어떻게 몽티 거의 더 머린 듯되고 또 땅아 있다 이놈 마셔 어스트라이트는 За ингээд миний аялд бол бүгдээ гэж хэлсэн байгаа даа. Богд намайг бол дэвийн бүгдээ гэж байна. Амьд бүхэн. За ууцсан бол миний энэ ууцсан амар болсон юм аа гэж ингэж хэлж байсан. Энэ ууцыг бол дарсан гүн бол холбоотой гэсэн. Дарсан гүн бол энэ швед гартай хүн гэвч Америкийн хожим энэ хүн Америк иргэн болсон. За тэрнээс өмнө үед бол энэ хүн Америкийн мишнерүүдийг одоо Монгол өвөр Монгол орж явах үедээ тэнд нэг бүлгээр толгойдог байсан Америк нэгдэлтэй гэдэг. Ингээд Америк иргэн болсон. Тийм ч учраас дарсан гүн бол хаалан хүрээ хоёрын хооронд өдөө шашны болон хэлээр зорчих хэрэгтэй. Тэгээд Жавсандаа бодтой одонтой уулзаж байсан. За дээд зиндааны дамнартай, дээд зиндааны одоо ноёдтой уулзаж байсан Монгол хэл сурсан юм байсан. Дарсан Монгол 1893 онд анх байсан. Жавсандаа бот хийдэгтэй бараасан хаантай Америктэй харилцаа тогтоохыг зөвлөж байсан. Америктэй харилцаа тогтоох хэрэгтэй гэдгийг бол одоо энэ 1800 оны богд хаан ярьж байсан байна. За тэрээр хожим Америкийн иргэдч болсон Хүүберт болон Америкийн нэг тагууч Рой Чамптон, Эндрюс, за Оросын авторт эрдэмтэн академич Николай Рерих нарын ахалсан шинжилгээний баг зөвшөөрч байсан байна. 1911 оны 3-р сард хүрээнд болсон Хан ноёлын нууц зөвлөгөөнийг богдын гэрт болсон тэрээр уулзалтыг даргалжээ хэмээн Бээжинд сууж байсан Америкийн эцсийн сайдын яамнаас засгийн газартай ирсэн ноотч үзэхэд хүрээний богд Америкийн эзэн улсын анхаарлыг ямар нэгэн байдлаар энэ 1800 оны үед татаж байсан байна. За дараагийнх нь харилцаа тогтоох гэж эдгээр хийдэн оролцож байсан үе 1911-аас 21 он. За гол хүн бол богж явсан байсан. Богж явсан бол 1911 оны хэсгийг бол оройдон болсон ийм хүн юм аа. За 19-р зууны эцэс 20-р зууны ихэнх үеийн Монголын түүхэн эдрэгтэй эзэгтэй үед тэр үед ихээхэн боловсролтой манж төвд Орос хэл эзэмшсэн үдийн гүн ухаан ертөнцийг үйлчлүүлэн төлөвлөсөн орчлон хорвоогийн амьдрал тэмцлийг бүндэн хүртэл ойлгосон хүмүүсд үдийн дамар байна. Тэд манжаас элдв янз ирэх юм бодохгүй ад бочод төлөхгүй тул ихээхэн биеэ даасан байдалтай нөгөө зүгт төсвөл дэвшил ихтэй монголчуудын дэмжлэг үүдэг туйлын ихэр өөртөө татсан хүмүүс байлаа. Богд гинэн тойрон хүрээсэн дам хурууд манжийн шинжлэхийн бодлогыг сэргүүлсэн он удаан жилийн манжийн тархитаас гарах бүхий дараалал илэрхийлж байгаа. За Чингисийн удмын өндөргийн зам нудрын хойдол хэмээн өөрийнхөө алтан урд тоосч ирсэн Жавсандаа бодог Монголын хэрэг ард түмний холны хувьд яваад өөрт нь туйлын хамаатай гэж үздэг байлаа. Ингээд Европын тооллын 1111 он Манжчин улсын хэв засны 3 дугаар он Монголын 15 дугаар жаран цагаагчин хай жилийн 9-ний өдөр монголчууд тусгаар татсандаа албан ёсоор зарлан богж Жавсандаа бодгийг хаан дөрвөнжлөн Монгол улсын нэрийг Монгол оны цолыг олноо үлдсэний мэдгээр оног нэгтгэлээ ихүүрээр улсын нэр болсон. За 10 Монголын тусгаар тогтносон нь алс дорнодын нөхцөл байдалтай. Ялангуяа Японы болоод үзүүлэх өөрчлөлт ихээхэн чухал явдал болох учраас Америкийн нэгдсэн улс анхааралтай ажиллаж хүрээнд болж исэн үйл явдлын цаг авдаг мэдээлэл авч байжээ. Бээжинд суугаа Америкийн нэгдсэн улсын элчин сайд Хэрхаун 1912 1 сарын 8-ны орой энэ 1911 оны 12 сарын 29-нд монголчууд тусаад тогтнод зардаад энэний дараахан за энэ тоолны хувьд төрөө байгаа боловч яг тэр оройн бараг мэдээлсэн. Вашингтон дэврээсэн дахиад хуудсандаа 10 монгол тусгаар тогтносныг яаралтай мэдэгджээ. Тусгаар тогтнодын өмнөх үед үүсэн нөхцөл байдлыг хамж байсан юм байдаг. Богд Жавсандаа боддог түүний тэргүүлж Монголын засгийн газар байгуулагдсан цагаас эхлэн өөрийн тусгаар тогтнодоо дэмжүүлэх гадаадын хандлагыг өөртөө татах үүдээс хэд хэдэн алхам хийж байсан нэгэн дэлхийн томоохон 9 бүрэн хандлага мэдээлэл авсан явдал юм аа. Монголын засгийн газраас 1912 онд Монгол улсыг байгуулсан учраас Алсын Америкийн гадаад хэргийн яамнаас бичиг илгээвэ. Уг бичиг илүүгээ манай Монгол улс нийтээр эртнээс тогтсноор ирсэн бөгөөд өөрийн газар орон шажин сургаал ёс зүйн алдахгүйгээр сахих учраас нэгэнт манж улсаас салаад өөртөө тогтнож өөрөө эзлэх улс төр байгуулан халх Монголыг шарын шашны эзэн Жавсандаа нам юугаа Монгол улсын эзэн хаан өргөмжлөн шашин төрийг ослон бариулаад олон улсын тэргүүн оны тогтоох зэрэгээр явдлыг ихэнх улсын гадаад явдлын яамнаа мэддэг цааш улс орондын гэрээ байгуулсан худалдаа нэвтрүүлэн харилцаа тогтоох санал өгсөн байна. Богдын засгийн газраас сууг бичиг хүлээж авснаа Орос хятадын талд мэдээлээгүй Америкийн талд Орос мэдээлээгүй захыг буцаагаад зэрэгс үлдээд Богд хаан Монгол улс Америкийн нэгдсэн улс хоёр албан ёсоор харилцаанд орсон гэдгийг доктор бод тэмдэглэжээ. 1912 оны 12 дугаар сард Оросын эзэнт гүрний гадаад хэргийн яамнаас Богд эзэн хааны нэрээр Оросын эзэн хааны автан гуудаа хөргийг илэрж баяр хүргэсэн байна. Америкийн талаас монголчуудын тусгаар тогтнолын сэргээн бэхжүүлсний дараагаар талархсан дэмжсэн үг бичиг бүхэн байрны тарах нь олдоогүй байна. Богд хамт Монгол улсыг хүлээн зөвшөөрөх чин улсын задралыг дэмжих нь Америкийн Аз бодлогын үндэс болох учраас Хятадын газар нутаг засаг захиргааны бүрэн бүтэн байдлыг хадгалах зарчимтай зөрчилдөж байна. Монголын засгийн газраас Мэй улсын засгийн газар. За Мэй улс гэдэг нь тэр үед манай Францын Паус Америкийн Мэй улсын зэрэгээр ингэж нэржсэн. Мэй улсын засгийн газраас 1914 оны 2 дугаар сарын 29-нд борогтойгоо татчихлээ. Үүнээс өмнө Богд хаан Монгол улсыг засгийн газраас олон гадаад улстай гэрээ байгуулж худалдаа нэвтрүүлэхээр 2 жавдан бичиг явуулсан болж Оросоор хүрсэн хариу үйлдэлийг тэмдэглэсэн байна. Америкт явуулсан бичгийн хариу үйлдэл юм байна. За Оросын талаас Монголын Виенда харилцагтыг дэмжиж байсан учраас тусаар тогтносон улс орныг дэмжих сонирхол байхгүй. Мөн Монгол нөлөөгөө тогтоохоор нэгэн Британи, Франц, Япондоо өржтөнд тохирсон энэ үед богж явсан дам Монголын тусгаар тогтнолоо баталгаажуулах, урагдж хөрштэй болохыг ирмэлцсэн бодлого амжилтад хүрээгүй тухайн үед энэ алсын хараатай бодлого гарах зориг зүрхтэй нөлөөтэй хүн хүрээний богдоос уур байсан байг. За дараагийн одоо хүн бодвол Японд Данданбаатар юм. Тухайн Данданбаатар бол Монголын Богд хамтын ерөнхий сайд байсан юм хүн. За Японд бол за боловцоо холбоод Бээжингээс цааш хийд авах Америк орох санаа өгсөн Японд хотод Данданбаатар 1919 оны 11-р сарын 10-нд Бээжингт Юан Шикатай уулзжээ. Уулзалтын дараа өдрүүд Америкийн нэгдсэн улсын гэрийн төрх хамаарагч Чарльз Теннетэй уулзалтаа Америкийн дад Монголыг шууд хамгаалтаа авах, Монголын ашиг сонирхлыг төлөөж Хятадын засгийн газартай ярилцах санал тавьж. Хүрээнд Америкийн консул суулгах хүсэлтийг Богдгийн захидлыг гардуулжээ. Энэ нь цаг хугацааны хувьд генерал Сүшүүчийн хүрээнд ир төвөөс дараахан байлаа. Хэргийг төр хамаарах Чарльз Тенне Танжин суужгүй ерөнхий консул Эберхардыг 10 хоногийн байдлыг хандуулахад хүрээнд 1920 оны 4-р сард илгээсэн байна. Эберхард Японд хотод Дэдүү хотод надтай уулзаад тэд Монголын өмнөөс Хятадын засгийн газартай ярилцах Монголыг өмгөөлтөн авахыг хүсэлтэй тавьсан байна. Автономик засаг. За энэ үйл бол автономик засгийг автономитыг буулгаж явах юм юм. За Монгол тусаад тогтнолоо болоод 4-5 жилийн дараа 3 улсын хяалтын хэлцээр болоод ингээ Монголын автономитыг бол боловсон. Орос Хятад хоёр хоёртаас шаасан. За энэ үед монголчууд бол Америк руу одоо тусламж хайж Америктэй холбоо тогтоож автономитой хэвээр авч үздэг. Улсынхаа тусгаар тогтнол сэргээн баталгаажуулсан Америктэй хандаж ирсэн ийм үеийн тухай юм аа. За автономик засаг унахаас өмнө зөрчилдөж автономитыг болцоотойгоор буулгах болсон ноёд лам нарын сан гадны дэмжих асуудлаар бусад хоёр байна. За энэ үед лам нар нэг хэсэг нь одоо урдыг хэлсэн лам нар бол ад болчиход төлөвлөгөө манжаас одоо их юм давдаг учраас хэрхэн одоо өөр юм ихтэй. Манж дариг төлөв. Харин ноёдын хувьд бол мөнгө төгрөг авч ирсэн. За тэгээд энэ одоо бас автономитаар одоо бодлогоо татан буулгаад ингээд автономитой болоод Хятадын одоо юу орё гэсэн ийм төслөд явж байна. За энэ асуудал бол дахиад Америкт тусламж хүсэхгүй гэдэг дээр дахиад асуудал хоёр болж ирсэн байна. За Японд бодвол дэлгэв утгаар нар бол намайг тустай байсан. Америкээс тусламж хүсэх саналтай байсныг Богдгийн дэмжиж байсан. Японд бол Хятадын ерөнхийлөгч дааж унтан Богдгийн захидлыг хүргэх зашрам нь Америкийн нэгдсэн улсаас тусламж хүсч Богдын айлтгалыг Америкийн нэгдсэн улсын бичсэн сайтын гардуулснараа Монгол Америкийн харилцааны төвөнд төрийн түвшний албан ёсны анхны төвш болсон гэж зарим судлаач тэмдэглэж энэ таштаа гэдэг хүний бичсэн номд энэ үг байна. За 1921 онд консул Собокин энэ Америкт одоо ардын засаг тогтоод Америкаас өргөний хүнийг суулгахаар болж байгаа. Манайд одоо консул болохоор тандаа явуулсан. Собокны Богдын хэд хэдэн удаа хүсэлтэд шийдсэн байна. Байн болж байсан тул за энэ нөгөө бороо өнгөр энэ төр ингээд одоо өөмө үлдсэн учраас хаалтанд шууд хүрээ явах асуудал хойшлогдсон байна. Собокны хүрээнд 1921 оны 8 дугаар сарын 8-наас 9 сарын 14 хүртэл сар орчим ажиллах Богдгийн ерөнхий сайд бодоогоор дамжуулсан. За бодоо бол энд би тухай бичээгүй. Гэхдээ бодоо бол лам байсан. Ер нь адын засгийн бодоо хүний шагдарч яв тосол хоёроос устны дандаа юм усуд байдаг. Бодоо бол маншины хийх дам гэсэн. За бодоо ерөнхий сайдээс бодоогоор дамжуулаад Хятад Монголын хэлцээд Америкийн нэгдсэн улс гараа өсгөн зурж нэгдэн орно. За энэ зэрэг Хятад Монголын харилцаанд хаан Орсын үүсгэж байсан үгийг Америкийн нөхцөл авахыг бодсоор байсан. Байж яг Соколын тэмдэглэлээр богдгийн энэ хамгаалсан байдлыг тогтоох сэтгэл санаа талаар сэтгэл нь үлэмж зовнин богдын бие төлөөлөгч хэд хэдэн удаа эдгээд Монгол хотын хооронд хүн байдал зөөлсөж өгсөн болно гэж бичжээ. За 1922 5 сарын 17 онд Эндрюсийн экспедицтэй за Эндрюс бол одоо гайхалтай Монгол өдөг өрөөний судалгаа хийсэн Монголын нэрийг бол Америкт бол гайхалтай дараалсан юм хүн. За Эндрюс Royal Champion Эндрюсийн экспедицтэй бол хүмүүс дуулж ирсэн. Тэр экспедицийг ажиллах хэсгүүд бол зөвшөөрөл өгөөд тэгээд их ховын хийсэн дотор өдөг холбоотой байлаа. Түүнийг бол бас хараарай гэсэн даатгал хийсэн байна. Тэмдэглэл өгсөн байна. За 3 дугаар хил ховдгийн газар үед Америктэй харилцах үйлчлэсэн юм бол даатгал сэрэмжийн даатгал сэрэмжийн бол Монголын дотоод хэлний 5 яам байгаад дотоод хэлний сайд байсан. Гадаад хэлний сайд бол сайн аян төлөвлөжсэн. За ингээд 5 яам бол 1911 онд болчихсон шүү дээ. Түүх яам хэдий үсвэ гэдэг бол 1911 онд Богд хаан үсээ 5 ямаа байгуулснаас ийм зүйлс юм. За Америкийн нэгдсэн улсын засгийн газар төрөлх Богд хааны хамттай бичиг Богд хаан Монгол улсын дотоод хэлний сайд бүх хэлний захирын шийдэгч яамны тэргүүн сайд даатгал сэрэмжийн 1912 оны 12-13 харьбын цугаа Америкийн консул Менад ардуулсан Богд хаан Монгол улс Америкийн улсын улс хоёр улс төрийн албан ёсны харилцааны нэгээх нь мөн яг за энэ талаар харьбын цугаа Америкийн нэгдсэн улсын консул Менад Богдгийн тусгай даалгавраар даатгал сэрэмжийн харьбын хайлаараа хийгдэж байна. Японы орон нутгийн төлөвчтэй уулзаж Монгол Японы хооронд гэрээ байгуулах бодлоготой уулзсан Японд мэдэгдэж байсан. Тэгэхээр энэ Япон Америкийн харилцаа бол 10 байсан. Японтой харилцаа тогтоох гэснийг даруй мэдэгдсэн байна. За энэ талаар Америк нэгдсэн улсын 28 дахь ерөнхийлөгч Вудруу Вилсон 1913 оны 4-р сард 10 Монголын тусаад олбондыг Орос бүтээн зөвшөөрсний буруутган Богд хаан Монгол улсын санд татварсан хариу хэвлэлийн хурдаараа гэсэн. За энэ Вудруу Вилсон бол Монгол улсын тусаад олбонд бол эсрэг санд хэлжсэн ийм хүн байдаг. За энийг бол тэр хэвлэлийн хурдаар сайн юм. За хэдийгээр ихэрнүүдийн өрнүүдийн харилцаа саадын улмаас өчргөө болсон ч алс дормтын олон улсын харилцаанд Монгол улс оролцсон оролцох хийснээрээ даалгаврын ажилтнууд чухал ач холбогдолтой байна. За 10 Монголын тусгай дотнодын Америкийн нэгдсэн улс зөвшөөрөхгүй нээлттэй хаалганы бодлогыг үндэслэхийн тулд Рокфелл сайхан. За Рокфелл бол бас их гайхалтай юм байна. Энэ юм бол бидний шинжлэх ухааны материал судалтай. Тэгээд одоо Богд хаан бас үсэгтэй. За энэ бүм олон Монголын тухай гэсэн бүр 1800 оны үед бол Монголд байж ирсэн. Тэрнийхээ дараагаар бол 1913 онд Чин сайд дипломатик ажлыг өгсөний дараа Монголд очоод Богд хаантай уулзчихсан. Уулзсан байна. Гэтэ Богд хаантай энэ бол уулзаа. Яагаад бол зөвхөн сэрэмжийн даатгамтай уулзсан. Энд яагаад уулзсан гэдгийг бол одоо нээлттэй хаалганы бодлого гэдгийг бол Рокфелл үндэслэжсэн учраас Жансандан бодлоготой уулзах төдийлөн хүч тавиагүй байж болно. Яагаад гэвэл тэр нээлттэй Монголын тусгай тогтнол бол Америкийн дээр open policy гэдэг ашигласан. Яагаад гэвэл тэр бол Монголчуудын энэ тусгаар категори бүрэн байдаг. Манайчин улс задрахгүйгээр байж явах юм бол байж явах ёстой болоо. Тэгээд гадаа худалдааны хэлхий шиг бол бус томоо тэгшээ болж байгаа байдал чинь энийг нэг өөрчлөлт оруулаад Монгол тусгаар болоод юм бол одоо Оросын өөрчлөлт орноо гэдэг ийм мэдчихсэн учраас бол явсан нам болтой гэдэг хүчтэй байх юм аа гэж бодож байгаа. За даалгаврын сэрэмжтэй уулзсан уулзсан. Тэр нь бол хожим бол Монголын найд дам ноёд бол хятад Оросын 13 оны тунхаглал бургуусч байгаа зэрэг бол даалгаврын сэрэмжийг документ ярьсан. Эндээс үзэхээр бол сэрэмжтэй бол энэ уулзч байсан бол байна. За Богдын засгийн газрын хаалтын 3 улсын гэрээ хийхийн өмнө гадаад өрнүүдээр хүлээн зөвшөөрөх дахин нэг оролцох хийжээ. Бээжинд суугаа Америкийн нэгдсэн улсын элчин сайдын яам 1914 оны 6 сарын 1-нд Ларсоноор дамжиж ирсэн Богдын захирал Америкийн нэгдсэн улс өөрийн төрийн нарийн бичгээр Брайаны зааварснаа нийлдэгэ татгалзсан хариу өгч байна. За энэ бол зарим үед татгалзсан хариу өгч ирсэн, зарим үед бол дамжиж байгаа бас байдал үзүүлж ирсэн. Энэ бол хоёр талтай бодлого явуулж байсан гэж үздэг. Орос бол хоёр мөр явуулж ирсэн. Америкчсан хүн дээр бас өөрхөн томоохон бодлого таарч ирсэн учраас зарим талаар бол нааштай зарим талаас өөрийн байдлыг үүсгэж ирсэн. За Монгол улсын хойшлын хувьцаанд ихээхэн уршигтай баримт бичиг бол Хятад, Орос, Монгол гурван улсын хяалтын 1915 оны гэрээ бигч байлаа. Орос Хятад хоёрын улсын шахалтаар 1911 онд усан зарласан тусгаар тоснол ийм даасан байдлыг хязгаарлаж автономи тус болж өөр модыг хятад авсан ч гэсэн дотоод улсын татаар бол хараад тус бие даасан байдлаа хадгалж олон улс эвдэл баслаа дарыг нь авч үзчихсэн цаг юм аа. За ингээд автономи болож гэсэн Орос хятад бол дотоод бол өөрсдөө явж байгаа ийм хэмжээнд явж байсан. За дараагийн одоо энэ хэлсэн хүн бол дэдэ хотод чамсамж. За би одоо энэ нам нарын тухайд хэлж байгаа юм дээр. За дэдэ хотод чамсамж бол автономи систем болон засгийн газрыг биеэ даасан улс төрийн гадаад бодлого явуулах их хэмжээ хязгаарлагдсан байсан ч дэлхийн томоохон гүрнүүд нь өмгөөл эвлэж засгийн газрын одоо зүгээс информ шатрал төсөндүүдээ ичнэраа дундад улс руу болон улсад улс руу эргэж ирсэн юм асуу дэдэ хотод. 1919 оноос 20 оны эрс өөрчлөлтөд түүхэн үйл явдлын өмнө Монгол улс цаашд орших эсхийн асуудал тулгарсан энэ хэвлэгтэй үед нөхцөл хятадын иршээс ангижрын салж автономи засаглалтаа ихээр сэргээд татныханд тууштай тэмцэж байсан шашны зөвлөлт юм аа. Америкийн нэгдсэн улсад Кенжин суугаа Оросын консул дипломат Чарльз Эберхардыг 1920 оны 4-р сард хүрээд ирэхэд Америкээс тусламж өгсөн болгоны тамтай бичгийг гардуулан өгч байснаар дэдэ хотод 10 мянган доллар өгчээ. Асар одоо тэр Чарльз Эберхардтай уулзчихсан. Тэгээд бүгдийн тамрын бичгийг олон хувийгээд дахин өгч байсан даа. За дэдэ хотод 1920 онд Америкийн цэргийн атташегийн туслах Делонтой уулзжээ. За хаалганд консулын газрын дипломат Самуэль Собокийн ардын хурцлын дараа 1921 оны 8-11 өдөр нийслэлийн бич богд ханд бараалжжээ. За энэ богдын хэсэг үгүүд даалгасаад явъя. Собокийн хэд хэдэн удаагийн ажилтад нам нарын болон ноёдтой уулзж байсан урт удаан хугацааны ажилтнаараа монголчууд өөрийн төвсөлтөд хятадаас өөр үндэстэй юм байна гэж дүгнэлтсэн байна. За ингээд 1922 оноос 45 онд Америкаас ирээд дайжж ирсэн юм. За энэ үед намар юу хийж байсан бэ? За 1912-оос 1924 онд Монголын засгийн газар Америкийн нэгдсэн улсын засгийн газар хандлага найзлах харилцаа тогтоох харилцан холбоотой 40 консулын суулгацыг саналыг илэгдээ тавьж байжээ. 1924 онд богд таалуулж ардын засгийнхан зөв холбоот Орос улстай коммунист улсын коммунист нам комитетийн шилжүүлэгчдийн оролцоогоор засгийн хэлбэрийн асуудлыг хуульчлан 2 орны хурдтай арилжаа эрс батснаар 1930 оны ихээр Монгол дахь Америкийн хурдтай ашиг сонирхол бүрэн зогсжээ гэж байна. За 1925 онд 9 сарын 23-нд болсон Монгол ардын хурцлт намын 4-р их хурлаар Харьяат улсын хар шар тагсуудын үүдийг бүрэн усан арилгах зорилт гарч богдын хойдын асуудал намрын үүдүүд ил том үзэж. Ингээд намар бол ингээд үйл хийж чадахгүй. 2-р зууны ихэнх үеэр хүчлэгдсэн томоохон орнууд дэлхийн газар нутгийг дахин ухбаад эзэмшээр удаацдаж 2 тэнхэгт хуваагдсан. Улмаар 1914 онд дэлхийн 1-р дай, 1942 онд 2-р дайнд улс орнуудын харилцан оролцох боломж тэмцснээр Монгол Америк хоёрын хоорондын дипломат харилцаа тогтоохыг хүртэх олон 10 жил бол энэ хооронд хүмүүсийн удаач өгжээ. За энэ нэг сонирхолтой 1944 онд Америкийн дэдгэрч Хенри Уэлсд гамбаг хийдмээрсэн байдаг. За Америкийн нэгдсэн улсын 33 дэдгэрч Хенри Ангаад Уэлс 1944 онд бүгдээр Монголд ажил хийжээ. Хэдийгээр дэдгэрч ажил богино хугацаанд бодоод өнгөрсөн ч уг ажил нь Монголын бурханчдын төлөв чухал ач холбогдолтой байсан гэдгийг тэр үе тийм чухал мэдээлэл өгсөн юм аа. Уэлс богино хугацааны ажлынхаа богд хааны зуны ордон болон гамбаг хийж зочжээ. Орос Америкийн зураач зохиолч сэтгэл Николай Лерихтэй зотон нөхөрлөн орон дахны шашин бүхий ихийг нь сонирхдаг дэвшилтэд үзэлтэй хүмүүний хуваар Монголыг шамтлын орон хэмээн сэтгэв. Энэ шамтлын орон гэсэн Лерих бол одоо шамтлын орон хайжсэн, шамтлын орон зураг хийжсэн. Монгол бол одоо шамтлын орон болсон юм байна гэж. Тэгэхээр төвхрөө одоо шамтлын орон хайжсан гэж бодчихсон. Лерих бол гайхалтай үнэтэй. Энэ Лерихтэй найз байсан захиа бичгнүүд байна. Тэстэй байдаг. Тийм учраас магадгүй шамтлын орныг очиж харъя гэсэн ийм сонирхол байсан гэж болох юм. А нөгөө тал дээр бол овн тийм оргоо тэгээд билүүгээртэй боолсон. Энэ хүмүүс болов тэр гамдаг хийж одоо олон дамар болчихсныг бол очоод харахаарай гэж бас л одоо тагсан байхаа гэж ингэж бодож байгаа. За энэ шашны хэмжээгээр улс болон харахын тулд эрдэнэтэй хамтлагуудаа 7 хоног цуглуулсан мөрөглийн сүмнэлтэй гамдаг хийх нь 3 хоног эхлүүлжээ. Энэ айлчлал Америкийн нэгдсэн гадаад бодлогын зөвлөд Монгол хэл соёлын санхүү Латимор хэлнэрчээ хэлсэн бөгөөд илүү хотод богд гэгэний орон хэл хурд номын өргөн дэрэг үг хэлсэн байна да. Богд гэгэний орон хэл хурд номын өргөн ямархан дараа нүдээр үсэг загсан байх том амттай. Орон хэлээр дэдгэрч тэр ондоо 1944 онд хятад очихдоо дэлгүүр хөтөлтэй уулзсан. Монголын нөхцөл байдлыг ярилцсан байна. Дэлгүүр хотод Чүнцгийн засгийн газрын шүүмжтэй хандаж өвөр монголчууд хятад Японоос хөндөрч хар Монголтой нэгд хандлагатай болж байгааг ярьсан. Энэ нь бол сүүлд Уэльсийн Рузвельтэд явуулсан Уэльс бол одоо дээд хэрэгжил бол ихтгэл явсан тайлан гаргаж өгсөн байна. Тэгэхээр энэ бол Рузвельтэд явуулсан ихтгэл. Уэльс бол Рузвельт ихтгэл явуулсан. Энд бол ихтгэл нөлөө өгсөн байх болох юм аа. За энэ үед 10 өвөр Монгол нэгдвэс байд ихэд орох тул бүгд найрамд Монгол улсын тусаар тогтнол төвшөөсөн илүү дээд хэмээн стадиум сүм сүм юм сүм дахаарсан. За ингээд дараагийн нь харилцаанд өөрчлөлт явсан үе буюу 1945 оноос 1961 он. За дэлхийн их тайвны аюулгүй байдлын сахин хамт бүрдээ Нүүбийн гишүүнээр бүгд найрамд Монгол ард улс эсгэрүүлээ 1946 1948, 1956, 57 онд сэргээж байсан. 1946 онд өгөөд 3 удаа сэргээжээ. Энэ талаар Америкийн нэгдсэн улсын Гоминданы засгийн газрын байр суурийг харгалзах байдлыг 1947 оноос хэлсэн байна. Ерөнхийдөө Кеннеди 1961 онд намар удаа тараасан бүгдээрээ Монголд улсын олон улсад байр суурийг бичиж байгаа том домчхон байсан Чанкашиг явуулсан 3 цагтаа бүгдээрээ улсын нөөц хэсэг асуудал 250% болсон байна. Энэ зөв Чанкашиг зөвшөөрсөн гэж манайх яриад байдаг. Гэвч Чанкашиг бол энэ бол Тайваны асуудал төлөвлөлт явуулж байсан учраас Монголын долоо улсын хэсэг бол хуулийн дургуй байсан гэж байна. Нүүбийн аюулгүй зүйлийн 9 гишүүн болоод бүгдээрээ Монгол ард улсыг нүүбийн гишүүнээр эсэх зөвлөлийн дэмжсэн 61 оны 10 сарын 25-ны өдөр хариу өгөөд бүгдээрээ нүүбийн гишүүн болжээ. Санд дураадаг Америкийн нэгдсэн улс төсөлсөн Тайван оролцов. Америкийн нэгдсэн улсыг төсөлсөн нь бол яг бол Америкийн нэгдсэн гэвэл багт бол Тайван оролцох юм бол Америкийг дагаад маш олон хүмүүс Монголд суулгах тиймээ зөвшөөрөлтөөс олон зүйлсээр бол одоо Шанхайд татгалзаж байсан. Шанхайд хамгийн эмзэг асуудал байсан гэж нам тэмдэглэсэн байдаг. За Монгол улсын тусаад дотор Америкийн нэгдсэн улс манад Америкийн тав бүгдээр Монгол ард улсыг нүүбийн гишүүнээр эсэх явдлыг Чанкашигаар зөвшөөрүүлж Тайваны хориг зайлуулах гэж бичсэн зүсгэд юутаж дэлгүүр хотын энэ талаар Чанкашиг нөлөөсөн хэмээх нь оргуу бусаа. За энэ бол дэлгүүр хотын олон түүхүүд дээр бол дэлгүүр хотод нөлөөсөн гэж байдаг. Гэвч юутаж гэсэн бол энэ бол оргуу биш. Чанкашиг зөвшөөрүүлсэн Америкийн тав бол Чанкашиг шахсан юм. За дэлгүүр хотод Гоминданы засгийн газар Чанкашигийн зөвлөгөөр явж байсан тухай намтсан байна. Дэлгүүр хотын шатрын нөхөр Тимур Гоминданы засгийн газар улсын зөвлөгөөр явж байсан бол дэлгүүр хотын үйлчлэгчид дэмждэг байсан хүний хувьд том байж болох юм аа. За нүүб гишүүнээр хэлсэн Монголын эрхцэн статусын талаар эргэлзээ тасалж хэлснээр бусад улсуудын эргэлзээ тасалж Америкийн нэгдсэн улс дотоод яран конгрессийн байр суурийг наашлаар үүсгэжээ. Конгресс бол энэ Монголын эцэг бас байр суурийг өөрлөсөн байна. За ингээд өмнөх үеийн дээд стандрын үйлс зохион ном тэмдэглэлээс үндсэн дуустал нэгэн тэмдэглэлийн зэрэгцээ Америк Монгол хоёр улсын төв судлал соёл боловсрол хувь нэмрийн оруулсан олон Монгол хуургуудыг тухайлбал Америкийн эдизмийн эцэг хэмээгчгүй хуруу дарам цөөхөн эрдэмтэн мэргэжлийн багш болох торгууд биш Банжилгаа ар болон очиртер хувьдлага өөрсдийн их сургуулийн олон эрдэмтэн профессоруудтай мөр зэрэгсэн автаж болсон Монгол хуруу зүүн сүнэлийн Манжил даасан дэлгүүр хотын Монгол дөржлөн Төвд Монголын соёлын төвийн тэргүүлийн ажиг эмтэн зэрэг олон эрдэмтэн дан нарын оруулсан хувь нэмрийг дуусахгүй байна. За ингээд дөрөв уншчихъя. За нэг талаас 19 дугаар зууны дундаас Мэ улсын зүгээс нээлттэй хаалганы бодлого явуулахын өмнө алс орнд руу идэвхтэй явах болсон христиан номлогч. Нөгөө талаас Манжийн дарлыг түлхэн унгахад завдан бууж явсан дан бодох тэргүүтээ Монголын томоохон наммар хоёр улсын ихэнх үеийн харилцааны түүхэн байх нөлөөсөн гэж үздэг. Нэг талаас христиан номлогч болмоор үжсэн дэвтэр боломжийг гаргасан. За наммар бол Монгол бол Манжийн дарс эсвэлээд бас гадна хайцтай байдаг. Эцэгчээсээрээ энэ бол суур тавьдаг нөлөөсөн гэж үзэж байгаа. За буддийн шашны гүн ухаан хүний сэтгэлийг татах эрдэм шатна. Түүнийг эзэмшсэн түүнийг сонирхон судалдаг хүмүүсийн юр бүсийн харилцаа хоёр улсын ард түмний нийгэм соёлын харилцааг нөлөөж улс төрийн авиа байдлаас дээгүүр байж түүхийн аж савгүй засраагүй байсныг хон тэмдэглэдэг. За энэ бол Европын Латиморга, Дэлгүүрийн за ингээд энэ буддийн шашнаар дамжин одоо хайртай хоорондоо харилцдаг байсан. Тэр зүйлээр одоо Монгол татагддаг байсан хүмүүс бол ол хүмүүсийн хувьд бол улсын бодлогоос илүүтэй нөлөө биш. Энэ нэг бол бидний одоо саа харилцаа холбоонд нөлөөлсөн гэдгийг бол бид бас номдож дурддаг. Ингэж бол бас байх юм аа гэж хүмүүсийн хооронд харилцаа нөлөөлж байна. Рээлийн тухай байна. Рээлийн хувьд нөлөөлсөн байдлыг нэг ярьж байгаа. За 8 дугаар үйл явдлын хотын харилцаа бол Монгол улс улсаар тогтсон сэргээн мандуусны дараагаар улсаас улстай гүрнээс гүрэнтэй харилцах томоохон дипломат харилцаа. Ялангуяа 3 төрлийн харилцааны суурийг тавих үйлдэлснээр олон улс харилцааны түүхэнд хүндэн үзүүлжтэй гэж байна. За Монголын тусаар батлын дараа 1914 оны эхний хас дэлхийн томоохон гүрнүүд Англи, Франц, Америк, Герман улсуудын парламент болон засгийн газрын түвшинд ямар нэгэн байдлаар авч хийцэл хүргэсэн. Энэ бол явсан дан бодох болоод жагсан бандын бодлого даалгавар зэрэмжин ядуу хотын шамсрамжин нарын зүгээс дэлхийн олон улсад хандуулж явуулсан гадаад бодлого чармаах юм бол үр дүнгийн тодорхой үр дүн маа гэж ингэж үзэж байна. Тэгээд таавал
ганц асуултаа. Авъя.
I have a question. My question is addressed to all the presenters in the morning.
From the presentation, I learned that it is 30 years ago, Mongolia was very much dependent financially at the end of the socialist era. And after 30 years of the democracy, Mongolia is still very much financially dependent on the other countries too. So, as all of us know, the Mongolian economy is based on the natural resources, but the U.S. Foreign policy's interest is not really on the natural resources itself. So my question is how the Mongolia can benefit economically from the U.S. and Mongolian relations. And yesterday, actually, I visited the embassy website, and there was the information about the transparency agreement between the U.S. and Mongolia signed. So what is the expectation that this transparency agreement will be benefit to the Mongolia economically? So that if any of the presenters can address this question.
Why don't we let Ambassador Adelton answer for the U.S. government, and then I will answer Ambassador Adelton's presentation.
Actually, I'm happy to say I'm not speaking for the U.S. government because I retired 1 week ago. So I can be very free. But there's a couple things to say even before talking about the transparency agreement. When I arrived, this is some context. When I arrived in Mongolia for the first time in 2001, it was $1 billion economy. During the preceding 10 years, it had gone down and gone back up. $1 billion was about what it was 10 years earlier. At that time, it was 30% of the aid from the Soviet Union, represented 30% of the GDP. In 2001, it was $1 billion economy, 40% of GDP budget, that's about $400 million a year, $300 million a year in foreign aid from all sources, of which the U.S. was about $10 or $12 million. So it was pretty modest, although, as Professor Cappy said, it perhaps had more influence just in terms of encouraging other countries to get involved as well. I've often asked people, how on earth could you run a country on $400 million? I mean, think about it. That's probably the budget of a medium-sized university. $400 million to run your foreign service, your civil service, your health, build your roads in a huge country. It's pretty astonishing. It's pretty small. When I was there for 3 years, I came back, I guess, in 2009, then I left in 2012. So when I departed, I guess the final time you might say in 2012, 11 years later, it was by now a $10 billion economy. Again, 40% of the budget was about $4 billion a year. That's getting you into more serious territory in terms of being able to have those resources at your command. I might add that foreign aid at that time was still around $300 million. But now foreign aid was 3% of GDP, not 30% of GDP. That takes your country to a whole different place. And I think, regardless of the ups and downs, regardless of the economic difficulties in recent years as well, think about that. In 12 years, 11 years, your economy expands 10 times, your budget expands tenfold as well. And again, foreign aid is 3% of GDP, not 30% of GDP. I think that puts a lot more responsibility, if you will, on policymakers in Mongolia, because again, it's not the foreign aid, it's not the dependence on foreign aid, it's a whole different thing. It's a commercial relationship that I think is at a much better place. I might also say, I don't know, I was going to ask Professor Campy about this later as well, but I think in terms of the development aspects of the partnership, one thing that is often missing in these discussions is actually the financial sector that was part of this growth. And, again, thinking back about those years, Conbank and Costbank, I don't know what your banks are, but Conbank and Costbank are both vitally connected to the U.S.-Mongolian relationship. Costbank being formed out of a micro-enterprise partnership between United Nations, UNDP, and USAID. And Conbank, of course, many people in this room may know Pete Morrow, but it was coming out as the CEO of Conbank that transformed that bank. And frankly, the fact that 80% of the herders in Mongolia have solar panels on their gears is directly related to the kind of microfinance. You could have had an aid program that said, okay, we will give solar panels to 10,000 herders. Symbolically, that might have looked good. That is not sustainable. What makes things sustainable is a bank offering credit to the countryside. And again, this incredible story that people don't even know about the fact that most of the gears in Mongolia have solar panels, that's part of the Conbank story as well. I wish Peter Morrow was here. Again, some people here know him. And of course, he came to Mongolia, and I guess talking about the people relations. I know he passed away a few months ago. And I'm making these comments partly as a tribute to Pete Morrow and his contributions, because he came out as that particular project. But as you know, he stayed around for a lot longer. When Conbank was privatized, this was the privatization organization in Mongolia that did it. Frankly, it was almost bought by Alpha Bank of Russia. But in the end, the most successful bidder was the combination of Mongolian Consortium plus Japan, and he transformed Conbank. Pete stayed on for many years. The art collection of the Conbank is one of the best collections of modern Mongolian art. And I think it's kind of this indication as well about how unintended consequences, where they go. I guess the immediate proximate thing, I wanted to talk more broadly about some of these economic relationships, and again, in the role as a private citizen. The transparency agreement, the short answer is one doesn't know what it will bring. I often said that I think our relationship will benefit from a stronger commercial component, no question about that. And I think that includes investments in all kinds of things. You can ask a young Mongolian today, which kind of company would you rather work for? Certainly there's Mongolian companies, there's Chinese companies, there's Russian companies, there's there's many kinds of companies. But I think that Mongolia could benefit from those third neighbor kinds of relationships. And I wouldn't just put the U.S. in there, I'd put all kinds of Western countries. Again, the transparency agreement is, as it implies, trying to be more open about transactions. It doesn't involve engagements of companies being able to comment on prospective legislation. Mongolia can decide for itself what it wants to do with that. But I think there's no question that if a transparency agreement is in place, an American company will be more interested in Mongolia. That remains to be seen. These are private decisions that companies make, not governments. But the whole intent of something like this is to have an environment that makes it interesting and useful for foreign companies. So again, the jury will still be out on if it's successful. But I think it took many years to negotiate, and I think it's potentially a positive step. And I guess just to affirm what other people have said, multiple ways that countries engage with each other, but a commercial relationship is important for a strong relationship between countries, and certainly one hopes for that in the case of Mongolia.
During the Soviet era, 1/3 of Mongolia's budget was subsidized by the Soviet Union. During the 1990s, which is called the donor era, a French man who's just written a dissertation, PhD dissertation on Mongolia, calls it the dependency era. Donor assistance, 1/3 of the budget. Now, where you gotta be careful with statistics, and including the American official position is, yes, the donor assistance moves since 2010 down to 3%. But now we have borrowing money. So the shortfall in the budget now made up from loans, which come due starting this year, 1/3 of the budget. There has been no change in that. So that's the problem. Mongolians spend, and Americans do too, 1/3 more than they take in, and they have to find it from someplace. So they either find it from donors who give it, or loans to banks who loan it, and then the banks want their money back. So that's why Mongolia is still as dependent as it was during the Soviet Union, in reality. And in terms of the transparency agreement, I think this also indicates this is where you're going to have a change of administration. And I will say this very frankly. Under the Obama administration, we were very much related to legalistics and to regulations, which the transparency agreement is. But the transparency agreement is not going to result in one more company working in Mongolia. It just changes conditions. But does the company come into Mongolia in terms of buying minerals or not buying minerals because there's a transparency agreement? Likely not. So the question is what programs and new policies can we have that actually will result in the mutual benefit, which in private enterprise is what motivates the economic relationship. The transparency agreement is mainly a psychological tool that American and Western countries say, oh, we have this, it'll protect us. It's not going to protect anybody. You still have to go to the court if you have a disagreement. And we have problems in different interpretations in Mongolian courts.
Okay, thank you very much. So before the lunch, we have now one special paper, and the event in the downtown, I have one good news and one bad news. The good news is that Independent Avenue is still open. So, and the bad news, it says there's still more and more people now gathering. So I ask our special paper presenter, Edma Jameson, keep the time. We have to take our lunch quicker than we planned, and we have to somehow be there at the Library of Congress at 2 o'clock. So.
Okay.
Well, still, good morning, everyone. And I'd like to thank the Mongolian Cultural Center and also the Embassy of Mongolia for starting this great initiative celebrating the 30 years of the U.S.-Mongolia relations establishment. And special thanks to Saro for allowing me to present this paper. And we have some events in the afternoon, so I'm only able to be here in the morning. So it's been an amazing presentation, you all agree. We have talked about the 30 years of the history of the U.S.-Mongolia relations. We have talked about how the Buddhist monks have contributed into this relationship. And then the latest presentation on or discussion of the third policy, and I comment on the wings of that. So I represent a U.S. company that is coming into Mongolia in this environment that has been created by everyone who was involved in establishing, re-establishing, and developing the U.S.-Mongolia relations. So today's presentation, I would like to bring you to the current day Mongolia and U.S., more specifically people-to-people relations. And so the title of my presentation is Exploring the Significance of Values-Based Leadership Development in Mongolian Higher Education. So we all have worked at government, public, private, NGO organizations, right? And we have worked with a number of different colleagues and bosses. So here's a question. So what is the number one reason that people thrive at work? The number one reason that people actually quit a job place? Think about it in your experience, right? It is your boss. Some of us are bosses to some people. Some of us, most of us, all of us have bosses above us, right? So that's according to the Gallup organizational study. Wouldn't you agree with that? That's your boss? So in 2014, at a conference in Athens, we as Peregrine Leadership Institute have introduced this concept of promoting a values-based leadership culture in higher education. We are a higher education organization. We conducted a leadership development workshop in Mongolia in April 2015, and we had about 30 higher education leaders from the Mongolian private and public institutions. So these are deans and chairs of academic affairs, presidents and rectors of universities. So as a follow-up, some 5 months later, we actually conducted an interview. And we asked our staff in Mongolia to go and talk to the workshop participants and ask about how much of an impact this workshop had in your life. And so I'd like to report the results of that survey to you today. So these are the authors. And so today's agenda, I'll try to be speedy, so I may talk a little too fast, but forgive me for that. But let's talk about perspectives, and I'll introduce a little bit about methodology and results, observations, and then what's next, right? And so a little bit about the Peregrine Global. As Alicia mentioned a little bit, the U.S. companies, especially in Mongolia, when they hear it's a company, they think this is a for-profit organization, they're here to make money, they here somehow take advantage of us. There's that distrust, does exist. But believe it or not, we are a global organization that truly believe in making a difference in the world. So we work with our U.S. institutions of higher education, and we are a for-profit organization. So we invest the revenue we get from the U.S. institutions of higher education into the rest of the world. And we have an office in Mongolia, so we staff the office there. And then, of course, the capacity development for Mongolia, especially Eastern Asia, is the key issue. Everyone would agree, right? And as part of it, we have actually worked within the Mongolian higher education sphere, and in fact, we have written a book on essentials of leadership, and it's more like practical and proven approaches in leadership and supervision. What I noticed is that in the Mongolian public and private universities, they're doing really well with coming up with the mission and vision. They define their values as an organization. So they have this, the idea of what they want to be, how they want to get. But at the same time, there's a, big lack of the skills of how actually you implement it. How do you get from point A to point B that you have envisioned for yourself? So what we did is we, authored a book, and we have translated it into Mongolian, and we published it as a resource. So we have the English text and the Mongolian text. So it's available to all the schools, and then not just a way to introduce them to the concepts of leadership and values-based leadership, but also, use it as a textbook. If you want to improve your, lexicology and your vocabulary, you can use it. So that's the topics. As I mentioned, we do have a staff in Mongolia of 3 people, and these are, my guys who went out and actually did the survey and interviewed the participants. So in April of 2015, we had a 2-day leadership workshop. And as I mentioned, there were about 30 senior leaders from about 18 Mongolian higher education universities. So the topics we covered included leadership values and attributes. So we're discussing in a group and asking the participants to define, what do you see as attributes and what are the values that you aspire to be? What makes sense to you? So define it first. And then what are the different leadership styles and teams? We're not coming as a US company and imposing something from the US. We are conducting a workshop, participatory workshop, and discussing and helping them to formulate these concepts, right? And there's a lot of discussion about communications that we had. And then, it's a part of the big challenge is how do you lead a change? You know, this is a changing environment, the economic conditions, the political structure, and you know, we live in a world of change. So how do you lead that change? And you know, we ended with some discussions on strategic leadership. So these are our participants, and this is some pictures of how we conducted the workshop. And I have a little video for you to show, so I hope it works. Well, technical difficulty.
Бизнесийн сургалтын хөтөлбөрөөр наадмын эзэмшсэн ёсны төсөл байдаг. Боловсролын услугын менежерийн өөр улсад ажиллахад сонцлог боломжтой байна.
Америкийн улс төвтэй дэлхийн 60 орны 1-р сургуулийн магадлалын эзэмшсэн сэдвийн академиас 2010 оноос эхлэн манай улсын ихтэй сургуулиудад хамтран ажиллаж магадлалын эзэмшсэн байна. Сахур гинцгийн сургууль нөөц шүт дистрибьютэй 9 сургуулийн боловсролыг хангаж олон улсад хөгжих чадвартай дипломыг ойлгох болсон. Үүнтэй дээржих ахин аваад ихтэй сургуулийн хамгаалах хэрэглийг хангана. Монгол улсын боловсролын хэрэгжтэй агуулсан хүмүүсийн сургуулийн оюутнууд чигээр Америкийн ихтэй сургууль очиж боловсролоо өөрчлөлт хийх бидний Монголын сургуулиас авсан диплом батин төвийг ажиглаж тэр авсан сургуулийн чанарыг баталсан учраас манай сургуулийн чанарыг үүсгэж байна. Манай сургуулийн сэдв бол мандатын хэмжээ, мандатын шинж тэмдэг, арга барил тэмдэг. Цааш нь бол өнөөдрийн зааж байгаа сургуулийн нэг сэдв болохоор өөрчлөлт хийх үндстэй гэсэн юм сэдвийг хамарсан байгаа. Одоо танай туршлага буюу бидний туршлагаас илүү манай Монголын ихтэй сургуулийн багш нар өөрсдөө дордоор туршлагатай. Тэр туршлага бусдаа хуваалцаж түгээх гэсэн ийм онцлог чанартай сургууль явагдаж байгаа. Мөн бидний өдөрлөгийн институтээс өдөртөн ухааны асуудал тусгай хэмжээ гаргаж энэ асуудлаар ихтэй сургуулийн багш нар сургууль байгуулсан инженер болон техникийн өдөрлөгөд ажиллаж байгаа зөвлөлтийн өдөртөн арга барил түүний шинжлэх туршлага солилцох боломжийг өгсөн юм а.
Okay, so I got word. I really need to, hurry it up. So essentially, the plan is to conduct these workshops at least once a year, twice a year for the higher education professionals. And we'll also work with other industries in Mongolia because, leadership is a sort of universal concept and value. And for the higher education, especially professionals, we also held another one in January of 2016 in Gillette, Wyoming. So this one was a 7-day, more of a full-scale leadership workshop. And we actually had 12 senior leaders from the 7 Mongolian higher education universities, agencies, and also we had the Ministry of Education, Science, and Culture representatives. Now this time, we talked a lot about the governance in higher education, because these are the topics that attendees request from us, right? A big issue was funding and fundraising, and we talked about, the budget situation, the GDP, and how Mongolia is financially dependent on outside sources. We covered, a lot of topics on student academic services, distance online programs, and liberal arts education and science and learning. So essentially, let's, we formulated some good questions to really get feedback from, did this workshop really have value? Did it help you to improve your work and leadership at your institutions? So we had our staff go out and talk to the folks. And these are the questions we have asked them, and then we'll just go straight to the results, right? And so the first question, so what do you recall were the more important lessons on leadership that we discussed during this 2-day workshop? So this is a shorter version of what we do as a 7-day full-on seminar. And what we discovered is there was a lot of siloing going on within the institutions in Mongolia. And the information does not get shared. The information doesn't go up or down. Information doesn't go across. So there's a lot of disconnect between the different departments and the different organizations or even groups of people within these organizations. And there's actually some intentional work going on in terms of restricting communication flow. So we have discussed how to overcome these. They really appreciated this discussion of defining the values and attributes of a leader. What does it mean to be a leader within the Mongolian environment, within the Mongolian higher education system? So they came up with some formulated ideas and concepts that they really wanted to implement at their institutions. And then we discussed a lot about, leadership is about influencing others' actions and behaviors, by modeling your behavior, by inspiring others. And so there was a lot of great stuff that they have actually retained. So remember, this is a questionnaire that was given to them 5 months after the April workshop. And so there was a lot of great retention of what we discussed and what we talked about in this. And a lot of the discussion was how to manage stress, right? And the leadership is a stressful endeavor. And we talked about what are the most effective ways of communicating as a leader, as a someone who's in charge of an entire organization. How are we on time? And so in the next one, I was like, so what changed after this? How were you able to change not only yourself, but your team, your environment? And there were some amazing inspirational stories. And we actually talked to their colleagues as well. So someone was they not only impacted their team, but also they went above and beyond and started training the other members of the community. And they became more open, more understanding, and more importantly, they became more patient, and they were willing to listen to the other's concern. And so as I was talking about it, so there's a lot of great decision-making tools that they have been able to implement, and active listening was something that was really a big takeaway from the participants. And so there's a lot of good stuff here, and I'll be happy to share the PowerPoint presentations with you. And another area that these deans and leaders of the higher education institutions, they really like the fact that there's a textbook in Mongolian and in English at the same time. It's something that they can refer to their colleagues, refer to their students, and something they can share. And even some of the faculty started their own leadership courses. And so we tie it to the business ethics, we tie it into ethics concepts within academic programs. But the big takeaway was you walk the walk, you talk the talk. And that we just got it it was quite inspirational. So there's a lot of great stuff and the observations. Let's get to the, as I mentioned, we have looked at different institutions' mission, vision, and values. And they typically reflect, of course, elements of values-based leadership applied in the day-to-day conduct of the team members within an organization. And it's true for the Mongolian higher education institutions as well. And so as they defined, one of their statements includes prepare leaders of tomorrow. Very forward-looking, right? And a lot of the institutions, they wanted to become not only the leaders within the Mongolian higher education system, but they're looking at the overall region, you know. So they do have a mission of becoming the regional leading institute. And some schools, they want to foster cooperative environment, atmosphere, and they want to be the top quality, top-notch higher education institution in Mongolia. They want to educate responsible citizens, you know. They want to prepare their students as future leaders. There was a lot of discussion about ethics and responsibility and accountability. A lot of these stuffs are taught, but at the same time, what are the tools? How do you actually make it happen in real life, right? So it was very applied in nature, a lot of conversation going back and forth. So integrity and honesty was a lot of the times great point of discussion, social responsibility. And at the end of the day, you know, you have to foster that culture. You have to create that culture. You have to live that culture was end of our discussion point. And as I mentioned, you know, you walk your talk. It's not enough to talk the talk. You have to model it. You have to exhibit that behavior, what being a person of integrity is. It starts with small things. So putting into daily practice our organizational mission, vision, and values is the stuff of leadership. It's not enough to have that printed on your wall, right? It's not enough to show it to the visitors. This is the part of your culture. This is part of your values-based leadership. And we do believe that it is the journey that is important, not the results. The ends does not justify the means. It's the means, it's the journey that is important. So the ends do not justify the means. So I have a lot of great recommendations. There was a big request to conduct 360 survey, and feedback was great, but they wanted to expand it. They wanted more incorporated into the academic programs, and we have presented the results at the SHRM conference in the U.S. And the next, the participants, you know, they're requesting more and more to come as a team. For example, one of the private universities, also School of Science and Technology, they want their team members to come together and really experience it themselves to work in this. So what do we want for the future leadership development? And we are going to conduct more surveys as another follow-up with the 2015 group as well as the 2016 group. And we're going to use these survey results to shape the future training and seminars. And as I mentioned, there's been great requests for team-based sessions to help work through the communication and conflict challenges. We just scratched the surface on conflict challenge and how to resolve it. And it was, you know, in its infancy in terms of how they approach it. So we can always work it together, the issues. And the great benefit of having these educators in the same room is they all have their experiences. They're all great leaders. It's just the exchange of ideas, exchange of experience in one room has not been happening. And just to be able to facilitate that was another great takeaway from my perspective. As I mentioned, we're going to follow up and we're going to do a similar survey in 2016 and 2017. And thank you very much. I tried my best. Any? Everyone's hungry, ready for lunch?
Yeah, maybe you can ask your questions directly from Anima. So while we have lunch, yeah?
All right, thank you very much.
the bag. Oh, look at the bag. Oh, look at the bag. Get it on the phone, seven by the motor. On the way to the
Ektimadere nariçnare çekeli namıllanıza Ektimadere nariçnare çekeli namıllanıza
Discover new music at listenerpoweredkexp.org.
Nick, hayır Nick.
시기를 던져놓아 만나나 돌아보게 소리 큰 듯이 내 외가 나를 기대 شوفوا مني منقوصين الترغوية خلطل النار جرغن سوقتا هرواد اللي كيد مرتخ يوصبي الشخير في مقدين الطرق يا كيف يوصلنا كرن صوتا يخد الكيمة تخياص كل درة تجري النور الشخو وبنيتي الطرق يا كل النور كرن صوتا رغن الكيمة تخياص Oh
그 설교.
Mongolian specialist here in the Library of Congress Asian Division. And on behalf of Dr. Dongfang Shao, the Chief of Asian Division, who happens to be away from the library this week, and Dr. Chi Chu, the Head of Scholarly Services, who is acting in his absence this week. Thank you, Chi. The Asian Division is delighted to welcome you to the afternoon session of the 11th Annual International Mongolian Studies Conference. A special thanks to His Excellency Ambassador Alton Gerel and the staff of the Mongolian Embassy and the Mongolian Cultural Center, especially our friend Samuel, for bringing such a distinguished group of scholars to the library today. We are especially honored to have Ambassador Alton Gerel begin the program with a presentation. And now I just welcome Ambassador Alton Gerel. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody, excellencies, esteemed professors, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, thank you for gathering here at the 11th Annual International Conference for Mongolian Studies. I want to thank the Library of Congress for hosting us. And particularly, I want to thank Mrs. Susan Meinhardt for all those support and excellent arrangements in making today's event possible. 11 years ago, the Mongolian Cultural Center initiated the Mongolian Studies Conference as a platform to convene and promote researchers from Mongolia. Today, it has become one of the most significant events in the United States for many scholars and researchers. Today, scholars not only from Mongolia and the United States, but from different countries have taken interest in its agenda and joined us to share their work and views. Some of you know that this conference is held every year, but this year's conference is special, as it is the first of a series of events that we plan to organize throughout the year in observation of the 30th anniversary of the establishment diplomatic relation between Mongolia and the United States. So it is a just right to hold this year's conference on the very day that it happened 30 years ago under the theme Mongolia-US relations past, present, and future. Anniversaries are always good occasions to reflect on how far we have come and to look forward to the future of our bilateral relations. Although we are celebrating 30 years of diplomatic ties between our two countries, both Mongolian and American scholars document that the foundation of our relationship was cemented many decades ago. So I want to take this opportunity to briefly look back to distant past, recount the pages of history from the early encounters to where we are now today. The history of Mongolia-USA relations could be described in 4 different timelines, each reflecting different periods of Mongolian contemporary history, beginning from the early 1900s, when Mongolia restored independence from the Manchukuo dynasty, to pro-Soviet Union period when communist ideology reigned, to a period of independence and recognition, and to a modern democratic nation building. First period is between 1911 and 1920. This period could be described as a period when Mongolia pursued an active policy to engage with the United States. Many historical records and books written by scholars and diplomats suggest that the first contact between Mongolia and the United States date back as early as 1862, when the first American by the name of Mr. Pelosi transited through Mongolia's territory on the way from Beijing to the St. Petersburg. In fact, a copy of this travel pass is archived here. It's a Library of Congress. In Mongolian language, we name a person who brings series of fortunate events sable-tailed. It resembles something like a person with a Midas or magic touch. I guess Mr. Pelosi had a sable tail as he was the first of many Americans who later visited Mongolia, including travelers, merchants, or missionaries, and an encounter between Bogdan and Herbert Hoover sometimes in 1890 and 1900. But it was not until after the national liberation and restoration revolution of 1911 when the Mongolian side made its first attempt and proposed to establish official ties with the United States. In 1912 and 1990, the Bogdan government sent several official letters to America, expressing a request, or should I say hope that, and I quote, the government of Great America would open its consular office in Urga, then capital of Mongolia. After the People's Revolution in 1921, Mongolia renewed its offer to establish diplomatic relations. At the time, Mongolians were eager to ensure Mongolia's independence and sovereignty by expanding its external relations. With the purpose of obtaining recognition from foreign countries, including the United States, Mongolia had a foreign policy aimed at establishing direct communications with different nationalities around the world. Mongolia's active policy toward America at the time is also supported by the fact that in early 1900s, an increasing number of American traders were not only setting up shops in Mongolia, but they were also buying sheep wool and peltry and exporting them back home. Writer Dashtava mentions in his book, Searching Through the Past on the Mongolia-American History, that in 1910 Mongolia exported around 160,000 pounds of wool to the United States. Next period from 1922 until 1961 could be described as an area of pro-Soviet Union communist nationhood. Given the geographic location and Mongolia's historic background, we must always remember the Sino-Russo factor and the impact it had on the development of our bilateral relations, particularly during this period of time. After the People's Revolution in 1921, Mongolia's ties with the Soviet Union grew stronger and closer, limiting contact to the rest of the world, eventually culminating to 7 decades of communist and socialist rule. Nevertheless, in 1920s and 1930s, several Americans, each prominent in their times, visited Mongolia, including famous explorer Roy Champion Andrews, journalist Thomas Knox, and of course, the landmark visit of Vice President Henry Wallace to Mongolia in 1944, which was the first high-profile visit from the United States to Mongolia. There is also evidence that some immigrants came from Mongolia to the United States as early as 1949, spurred by religious persecution in their homeland. Historical documents note that the United States requested the former Soviet Union for assistance to battle the Japanese during the World War II. At the time, the US Army advised President Roosevelt that Japanese could not be defeated without the Red Army's assistance. Involvement. Joseph Stalin, in exchange of assistance, put forward a proposition, among others, to recognize Mongolia's status quo after the war to then merit wartime allies, the United States and Great Britain. President Roosevelt had very little interest in Mongolia, much less its status quo. However, it was important that the Soviet Union enter into the war against Japan. Thus, an agreement among the three leaders was reached in Yalta in February 1945, and thanks to this innocuous proposition, Mongolia maintained its status quo. The Yalta Agreement was significant in paving the way to ensuring gaining our independence, as it became clear later that what Stalin meant by the status quo when he pressured the Chinese to recognize Mongolia's independence. But then again, it may not have been as innocent as it sounds. Some say that Stalin's ultimate goal was to keep Mongolia under Soviet Union control. Mongolia during 1962 and 1987 was politically and economically orientated towards the former Soviet Union. In 1961, President John Kennedy initiated negotiations on recognition of Mongolia's independence, which led to our accession to the United Nations. But President Kennedy was also the one who had decided that United States would not extend diplomatic recognition to Mongolia. Records documented in a book called Kennedy's Quest for Victory say that this decision by him was influenced by protesters from then Taiwan leader Chiang Kai-shek's supporters in the United States Congress, who has the concern that recognition of a communist Mongolia would keep eventual recognition of China. At the same time, President Kennedy saw no reason to try to keep Mongolia out of the United Nations. He made a deal with Chiang Kai-shek on two accounts. One, that the United States would veto to block communist China's admission to the United Nations. Two, that it would not vote for Mongolia's membership in exchange for Chiang Kai-shek's promise not to veto Mongolia's admission. On October 27, 1961, Mongolia became a member of the United Nations, with both the United States and Taiwan abstaining. But by the 1970s, United States' interest in Mongolia was somewhat growing. Americans started taking close consideration into Mongolia, with increasing interest in exploring Mongolia's landscape, mineral wealth, and the communist society, while Mongolians were keen to learn new technology and new lifestyle from the United States. The 1980s was time when the nations around the world were drawing closer together, and conditions for enhancing their relationship were taking shape in line with trends of human society and advancement, in particular with the requirements of economic and technological progress. By the early 1980s, Mongolia had established diplomatic relations with more than 100 countries, including the United Kingdom and France. Mongolia's foreign policy was changing, which we call a second phase of foreign policy of Mongolia. Although mutual interests and desire to establish diplomatic relations between the two countries gradually gained momentum, it was not until the 1980s that talks on establishing formal ties between Mongolia and the United States became possible. So after a number of attempts, formal diplomatic relations between our two countries was finally established on January 27, 1987. The day was marked by the signing of documents by United States Secretary of State George Shultz and Mongolian ambassador to the United Nations, Mr. Nimdo, in the treaty room with the United States Department of State, setting the foundation for mutual opening of embassies, appointing of the ambassadors' high-level visits and future cultural exchanges. Lastly, our relation after 1987, when our two nations have entered into official state-to-state diplomatic relations and have been consistently expanding and enhancing over the past 3 decades. The period right after the signing of the documents in 1987 until the early 1990s could be described as a formal period and a period of getting to know one another. It was a period when we opened our embassies and appointed our first ambassadors. It wasn't until 1990s that Mongolia and the United States relationship began gaining momentum. After the Mongolian democratic movements of December 1989, our country's journey to liberty, justice, openness to the United States had arisen through freedom of assembly, a multi-party system, democratic elections, and market reforms. That period was a period of dramatic changes for Mongolia. The United States stood alongside us, recognized our democracy, and was among the first to extend helping hands. Since then, whole new cooperation began in such areas as democracy, assistance in development, economic ties, military collaboration, and people-to-people engagement. Let me briefly highlight some of the key areas of our bilateral cooperation. First, political cooperation. Mongolia and the United States enjoy sound political relations. The principles and the spirit embodied in the joint statement of 2004 during the visit of President Bagabandi's visit to the United States. And I quote, "A new area of cooperation and comprehensive partnership between the two democratic countries based on shared values and common strategic interests have been the very foundation of Mongolia and the United States relations. Our comprehensive partnership integrated in this joint statement has produced opportunities for closer cooperation on a wide range of issues such as defense, security, trade, education, and culture. Mongolia considers the United States as one of its important third neighbors. At the same time, our warm relations is reflected in a regular exchange of various delegations and dialogues on high and sometimes the highest levels. We had several successful high-level visits, the most recent being President Elbegdorj's visit to Philadelphia in December last year. Former Secretary of State John Kerry's visit to Mongolia last June was one of many by high-profile U.S. leaders in recent years, including one by Vice President Joe Biden in 2011, by then Secretary of State Hillary Clinton in 2012, and President George W. Bush in 2005. Our political relationship is also underpinned by the close interaction between the Parliament of Mongolia and the United States Congress, which is illustrated in irregular exchanges, establishment of parliamentary groups, and congressional caucus in respective legislative bodies, as well as collaborating in the House Democracy Partnership. Particularly, I want to note the adoption of numerous congressional resolutions and also resolutions of Senate in support of Mongolia's democracy, free elections, and transition to market economy, attesting the importance that the United States attaches to its relations with Mongolia, as well as the depth of our cooperation. We have well-working mechanism of interaction between legislative and executive branches of our two governments. The 11th annual bilateral consultations between the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Mongolia and the United States Department of State was successfully held in December last year. Similar bilateral dialogue mechanisms also exist in defense, trade, and economic sectors. Second, democracy. In addition to close political ties, Mongolia and the United States are committed to the values and principles of democracy, which are at the heart of Mongolia's relationship with its third neighbors. Mongolia wanted a peaceful transition to the democracy and free market, leading the country of single political party region. Last year, Mongolia celebrated the 25th anniversary of its first free and fair elections, which ushered in such democratic norms and universal principles as human rights and accountability, freedom of press through our Constitution. We are grateful to the United States for being a long-standing friend and stalwart supporter of Mongolia's reform process from its very, very beginning. Today, Mongolia and the United States are united in the efforts to protect and promote the very values and principles of freedom, democracy, and human rights that have benefited the peoples of both our countries, nations. Third, trade and economic cooperation. In the early 1990s, our economic cooperation was mostly focused on development assistance through the launch of economic programs focusing on trade and investment, technology transfer, and education. Today, U.S. aid assistance to Mongolia from 1991 exceeded $240 million US on an average of around 11 million a year. The U.S. assistance played an important role in transitioning to the market economy, economic growth in general. U.S. aid programs also helped pave the way for the signing of 2085 Millennium Challenge Compact in 2007, which was invested in 5 projects, including health, vocational and technical training, property rights, energy, and environment. MCC First Compact was successfully implemented, and all projects contributed to the development of various sectors. Mongolia was reselected as an eligible country to sign the second Compact Agreement. Today, the United States is one of our largest investors, with total investment of over $300 million made since mid-1990s. We think that U.S. should invest more into Mongolia guided not only by economic benefit philosophy, but also guided by the geostrategic interests. Mongolia's trade with the United States is expanding, and we are engaged on economic and commercial issues across the board. But, we have good possibility to expand our trade, but unfortunately, if, for example, we have 2012 trade turnover between the two countries was more than 500 million. Now, last year, our trade turnover only 110 million. But we have, I think, in the future, we have very good possibility to expand and enlarge our trade turnover. The two countries signed the transparency agreement in 2014, and I am happy to announce that both sides signed and exchanged letters certifying that each side has completed their respective applicable legal requirements and procedures for the agreement to enter into force on March 20 this year. The transparency agreement will help to improve and deepen our trade relationship to the benefit of both of our economies and businesses. It will also help improve the confidence of American as well as foreign investors in Mongolia as a market. As I previously mentioned, we had commercial ties even before we established diplomatic relations. So why not work together to expand further it? With TIFA and economic policy dialogue, we have a sound consultative mechanism. North America Mongolia Business Council is our strong advocate linking Mongolian and American businesses. And now with the transparency agreement ready to enter into force, the legal foundation for active cooperation is certainly reinforcing. For defense cooperation, cooperation in the defense sector between our two countries, I should say, is the most notable. We are thankful to the United States for assisting in Mongolia's defense reform, strengthening professional armed forces, and improving the capacity of peacekeeping forces. The Ministry of Defense and Department of Defense have implemented many joint projects successfully on defense institutional modernization, armed forces transformation, and professional training. Department of State's foreign military sales and international military education training programs contribute significantly to these efforts to educate and train Mongolian troops. For the last decade, Mongolian and the United States military have successfully held conquest international peacekeeping exercises annually, which are expanding in scale and becoming a regional capstone event involving the countries of Northeast Asia. The highest number of participants, about 1,900 troops from more than 40 countries, participated in the conquest 2016 exercise. Other bilateral and multilateral exercises that we have been co-hosting annually include regional non-lethal weapon seminar, medical exercise, balance magic, humanitarian assistance, and disaster relief exercise, Gobi Wolf. We keen to continue these exercises. These joint exercises have proved to be very useful. As a result, peacekeeping and operational capability of the Mongolian armed forces has improved. Coalition mission support is another aspect of our ongoing defense cooperation. Mongolia supported the United States-led coalition operation in Afghanistan and Iraq by deploying troops. Mongolia has also deployed over 8,000 personnel on United Nations peacekeeping missions in some of African countries. To highlight Mongolia's contribution and commitment to international peace and security, Mongolia deployed over 1,200 peacekeepers in 7 missions, which may be the highest number of troop contribution per capita in the world today. These are all testaments that our two countries' bilateral defense cooperation is heading the right way. Our shared aspirations and commitment to global peace and stability, whether as an advocate of human rights or a supporter of international peacekeeping missions, have certainly helped forge the current Mongolia and the United States bilateral ties. 5. People-to-people ties, education and cultural cooperation. Through the service of U.S. Peace Corps volunteers and their collaboration with Mongolian counterparts, host families, community members, friends, and supporters of our two nations have been forever connected. Since the establishment of the U.S. Peace Corps program in 1991, more than 1,200 Peace Corps volunteers have worked in every part of Mongolia, making valuable contribution to the strengthening of people-to-people's ties. Currently, there are 141 volunteers working with communities on projects such as English language education, health, and youth development. I want to note that one of the most effective mechanisms to support people-to-people relations is to promote educational exchanges. Over 1,300 Mongolian students study at American colleges and universities, some via private scholarships. Each year, roughly 80 Mongolians travel to the United States for educational, professional, and cultural exchange programs sponsored by the United States government. The Fulbright program is flagship cooperation, providing scholarships to approximately 15 Mongolian students each year to support their studies in the United States. Not only do students immerse themselves in new educational system, but also they experience a new culture, customs, and activities. People are learning from each other. Apart from educational cooperation, the cultural sector has become another avenue for bringing our countries closer. I am happy to announce that the world-renowned Philadelphia Orchestra will make a debut performance in Ulaanbaatar this June as a part of the 13th anniversary event. From the Mongolian side, one of the Mongolia's popular traditional bands called Kusutong will make its debut in the United States in March. These cultural exchanges are an open gateway to a blossoming relationship between our two cultures through increasing cross-cultural understanding, familiarities, and support. It was not long ago when less than 2,000 Mongolians visited the United States each year. Today, travel has become easier, with approximately 9,200 Mongolians setting foot to the American soil last year. At the same time, we are honored to host 14,000 Americans in Mongolia each year. The second after South Korea largest overseas Mongolian community is here, with approximately 25,000 Mongolian nationals living, studying, and working. And lastly, our bilateral relations go beyond into the international arena. Mongolia and the United States also work closely to advance common interests in various international and regional fora, including United Nations, OCCE, ASEAN Regional Forum, Community of Democracies, and the Freedom Online Coalition. The United States strongly supported Mongolia when we joined the IMF and the World Bank and the EDB in '91. Together we are partners in promoting regional and global peace and stability. Mongolian and American peacekeepers serve side by side in global hot spots. Dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, history shows that regardless of the geographical distance that separates us, the size of our lands, and even the ideological difference, Mongolia and the United States have always been bound close together with the curiosity and mutual warm feelings while attaining stronger bonds of friendship. It has been wonderful 30 years that we have successfully collaborated with each other. During this seemingly short period of time, our bilateral relation has grown. The success exceeded our every expectation. It certainly exceeded mine. Our political understanding and commitment have strengthened. Our economic cooperation has increased. Our security cooperation has expanded. And the bond of friendship between our people has deepened. All this was made possible due to our concerted efforts. I was very fortunate to be part of the history of our nations. As a young diplomat, I worked with our staff it's a New York mission on negotiations culminating to where we are today. So this and every anniversary or milestone event is very dear to me, both professionally and personally. As we embark on the next 30 years, I look forward to even broader and stronger friendship between Mongolia and the United States. Thank you very much for your attention. Yes, okay. Okay.
We have time for a few questions to our ambassador here. First row.
Okay, Ambassador, it's a very nice introduction as always about diplomatic relations and history. And I have two good questions. The first question is now we have been in the diplomatic relations 30 years, and now it's very significant moment. I think both in the Mongolian side we have a new administration in the foreign relations, and new administration is here. So, how do you look at our future, the near future? This relationship with with two new administrations. Second question, you talked about this 30 years history of diplomatic relations. If you say, in your opinion, what is those most significant events that happened in those 30 years?
I hope that our relation during the new administration will be deepened and developed and expanded. I am fully sure. I have a reason to say you. Last month, in December, our president has telephone call with Vice President-elect Pence. They have, I think, almost 10 minutes talks, and of course, they talked. Our president informed him about some information on our bilateral relation and how important our relation with the United States in Mongolian foreign policy and so on. He expressed on his side, Vice President-elect, that he knows that this relation is very important, unique relation, and new administration will support developing and strengthening these relations. And he also promised to convey the contents of his talks with our president. And he told the time that after 2 hours, they are going together to Oregon State, Arizona State. So on his way to Arizona, he would like to inform the contents of the talks with our president. But I have good chance to meet his president, Trump, 2 times, short meetings, but I could inform him also. And today's economic situation in Mongolia, and in this case, as you know, we really need the economic and financial support on new administration. And also, I asked him that not only economic financial support, also political support, very important in this time. So he told me what he told, that this relation is very important with my country. And he knows Mongolia, and he told that this is great country. He told twice. So, so I would like to say you that during this new administration that our bilateral relation will be strengthened and deepened and developed in the future. Second question about the most significant events during this 30 years. Many events. But I would like to say you, of course, the visit of President Bush in 2005, it is very important in our bilateral relations. I think also these resolutions supporting Mongolia and democracy in my country, approved by 2 houses of Congress, is also very, very important. And also our joint memorandum, which paid the main principles of our bilateral relations, also very important, which was signed during the visit of President Bagabandi to the United States 2004. So many things important, but I just would like to say this, to point out these 3 events.
Thank you for the great speech about the relationship between 2 our countries for these 30 years. My question is, okay, I'm also with the Mongolian Community Association of Washington DC area, and my question is, like, for these very few years you worked here in America as an ambassador, what you have achieved that you think that was really most significant? We've been working with the Asian ambassador, and then it's really getting better and better to work with a very Mongolian embassy and between the Mongolian community. So I know you're a humble man, but you gotta.
So it is, maybe my minister and my government, my president, who, who appointed me, they maybe, make some, conclusion in on my activities here. But I would like to say only one thing. I am very happy when I arrange it and when I have talks on the reselection of Mongolia for the second compact, Millennium Challenge. So this is very important because this second compact is also very important, and this is also a lot of money. It is at least 300 million. It is not small money. So I am happy I negotiated this on this compact second compact. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador. That was a fascinating talk, and we may have more questions at the end of the program for you. For now, I would like to introduce Dr. John Williams, who is Professor of Political Science and Asian Studies, Principia College in Illinois. His talk is The First Draft of History Has a Poor Memory, the Taloa Hutuko in American Journalism. John Williams first visited Mongolia in the summer of 1995 and has returned 8 times, conducting field research and leading undergraduate and adult study programs. On one trip, he joined geologists from the Science and Technology University and wandered the fringes of the Gobi for a month. On another occasion, he was able to conduct public opinion field surveys west of Tsetsalek. Professor Williams is chair of Political Science Department at Principia College in Elsa, Illinois. It is, which is in the middle of the United States, just north of St. Louis, Missouri. He is professor of political science and Asian studies. His law degree is from George Washington University, here in Washington at the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue. And his doctoral work is in political communication at Southern Illinois University in Carbondale, Illinois. His love is Asia, but his research area is mass media and political communication, including press freedom, both in the United States and abroad. He has led student study programs, both in the in the People's Republic of China, including Tibet and Xinjiang, Vietnam, Cambodia, India, and Kazakhstan. Please welcome Dr. Williams.
Mr. Ambassador, thank you very much. And my thanks to the Embassy of Mongolia, the Mongolian Cultural Center, and to the Asian Division of the Library of Congress for sponsoring this afternoon, and to friends and colleagues. Some of you know Bill Fitzhugh, I think, of the Smithsonian Institution, and I have crossed paths. I won't say that Bill and I have crossed paths because I honor him. I put my arms under his when we meet. And I can remember a number of years ago when we were at a conference, probably in Philadelphia, and Bill introduced me to another colleague, and he said, "Watch out for John, because he'll get involved in whatever you're doing." And the way to explain this is to take a biblical parable and apply it to Mongolia. And the biblical parable is the warning about letting the camel into the tent. But I'll do it this way. Be careful about letting the camel's nose into your ger, because pretty soon he'll move in and displace you. Well, Sarul, he let me into the tent, and here I am, standing as your keynote speaker, which I've never done in my long career. I don't say it illustrious career, but it has been long. And that relates to the topic, which is really history is memory. That's not there. But as we write our history, and there are historians among us, that becomes our memory of what occurred. The title of our conference is The Relations Between the United States, Past, Present, and Future. The historians among us are responsible for preserving the memory, we hope with some level of accuracy and reality. For some of us, we're engaged in preserving the information today, and I will speak about journalism, because we will be making decisions in the future. My true love, honestly, is teaching, and I've done that for over 30 years, and I love these young people. I love them, and I work hard with them because I know next year they will be making decisions about my life. Next year, next week, next month, as it goes along. It is very important that we record our past and our present for our future. Now, as I get going, it will sound like the first time I rode a Mongolian pony. I got on it. Having ridden in the United States, I did all the right things that were absolutely wrong. And of course, all the wranglers were horrified. You don't put your feet that way. Why not? Because you're going to get thrown off, and you put your feet that way, you'll break a leg. You ride with the expectation of falling off? Of course, you ride with the expectation of falling off. We all do it. You wouldn't be a Mongolian writer if you aren't prepared and don't regularly fall off. So I may get moving as quickly as riding on a Mongolian pony. And those of you that have written for the first time, they don't go where you want them to go, no matter what you say, regardless of the language. I will try to stay with my script. Journalism, and I'm talking about the present, has been referred to as the first draft of history. Now, actually, the quote is, news is the first rough draft of history, and that's been credited with Philip Graham, who was the former president and publisher of the Washington Post, talking about the role of journalism in the United States before World War II. And there's discussion about exactly what he meant and when it occurred and how he said it. But news is a first rough draft of history. A caveat here that's not in this is that if you presume I am making any political statements about what is occurring in this city at this time, I began writing this 2 years ago. Back to the talk. The word mediation is important, and it's not for the legal purpose of being involved in a dispute. Mediation is the process of changing a message when the sender sends it to the receiver, but it goes through an intermediary. And mediation is the mere fact of the change of the message, its content, and its mode of being transmitted when it goes through that. It's the nature of mass communication. I start a message and I send it, and if it's not direct, I can't watch your response. I don't know, how many have ever played the telephone game, which is where you whisper a message to somebody, whisper it to the person next to you, and they whisper it to the next person, and you do this, yeah, you've done it. And after it's gone through 20 people, you ask, what's the final message? And usually there is lots of laughter because somehow the message has changed along the way. That's the problem of mediation. It happens when a reporter goes to their editor, the editor edits it, it gets in for layout, it comes out in a newspaper, and those of you, and I'm sure the ambassador scratches his head after he's given a talk, and you'll see it in the Washington Post tomorrow and go, no, it was at the Library of Congress where I gave that talk. Mediation. Now, there are a couple of important theories in mediation for mass communication scholars. One is called gatekeeping, and the other is news values. And gatekeeping is the process of deciding what gets through the gate into the newspaper, or the TV station, or the blog, or the website, or whatever it is. There are gatekeepers. There are those of us who make the decisions what to cover, how to cover it, what gets published, and how it gets distributed. That sort of concept. And then the news values are those values which we use to make those decisions. When we make our news decisions of what's to be reported and how it's to be reported. I'm sure the ambassador, when he was thinking about his talk, he was gatekeeping himself, saying, oh, I think the question you just had, that was the last question, and you wanted him to be honest and to not be shy about his successes. And I'm sure he was mediating it and thinking about it as a good diplomat does, and sort of goes, no, but it would be nice to. I know how it is. You want to be humble, but you want to be recognized. And he was gatekeeping. And he probably has a set of values. Wait a minute, I'm a diplomat, and he talked about his own gatekeepers. I think you said the ministry, your boss, the president, the government. We experience these sorts of things. Now to the subject at hand. 2 years ago, in New York City, was the celebration of the 130th anniversary of the birth of Dilawa Hukduk. I think I've got it correct in that pronunciation. And I thought, as I'm Bill Fitzhugh's camel. I discovered Mongolia, and I stick my nose wherever I can. I go out with geologists. I hang out sometimes with historians. I'm the most inquisitive camel on earth, and I do it as fast as a Mongolian pony. And I thought, who is this man that there would be a celebration in New York City after 130 years? Now, I don't do Wikipedia. I tell my students you should not do Wikipedia, so I don't do Wikipedia, although, sort of type it in. But I did go to Google and I typed in the words the letters D-I-L-O-W-A. And the first thing that pops up, because some gatekeeper at Yahoo or Google made certain judgments about the algorithm of how you get your word up, the first entry is a short history by Mr. Needham of about 1968. It's a short history, and I was reading it. I'll give the citation in a moment, about, oh, this is a fascinating person. He came to the United States after World War II, and he lived here amongst us for a while, and I want to learn more. And so the natural thing for someone who understands mass communication is to go out and read the first rough draft of history. That's what this ride is about. The first rough draft of about how America records the history of the Dilawah. Badly. Badly. And so as a scholar, I'm trained, and I've done this sort of research before, to go out and to use, in the good old days, we didn't have digital. You'd sit in the library with all the indexes, but for the most part, you could go on to various indexes and either do just indexing or keyword searches for full text, and to go out there and type in Dilawah and all the different ways you might spell in English, or Mongolia, Mongolian llama, and run these different combinations to try to pull out from American newspapers the first rough draft of history, which, if we don't check it, correct it, and document it, becomes our memory of history. Who is this man? And I'll tell you the story. This man, his name is Owen Latimer. What? No, he's not. Yes, he is. No, he's not. The first rough draft of American history on the life of the Dilawah in the United States is the story of Owen Latimer. And I'm going to take you on that quick visit. Now, I'm presuming most of us know even more than I do about the Dilawah, and I will quote briefly from Wesley Needham's essay from 1968 in the Studies in Comparative Religion, very quickly, just so you have a sense for newcomers like myself. Quote, "A singular and widely heralded event in American academic history occurred in March 1949, when the Dilawah Gurgen Hukdub arrived at the Johns Hopkins, there's an error there, Johns Hopkins University, Baltimore. Its newest faculty member, aged 66, distinguished by central Asian features, a radiant smile, closely cropped hair, and a brocade robe, came to serve as research advisor in Mongolian language, history, and culture. Greeting this erudite Mongolian in Washington, D.C. on his arrival from Nanking was a Professor Owen Latimer, director of the Walter Hines Page School of International Relations. They had been friends since 1931 when they first met in Peking." Now, Professor Latimer, participated in translating the Dilawah's memoirs up to his fleeing the communist regime in Mongolia. And in a summary of that, here's another introduction from a summary of the memoirs. The Dilawah fled to Inner Mongolia following his trial for leftist deviations, and after the Japanese invasion of Inner Mongolia, moved to Chongqing, and in 1946 to Lhasa. In February 1949, he joined Owen Latimer. Owen Latimer's name's going to show up all the time here. The Dilawah ought to just change it to Owen Latimer and get the credit for it. At Johns Hopkins University. The community of scholars working on the Mongolian program there, and in particular Professor Latimer himself, suffered greatly and were scattered during the McCarthy era. The Dilawah spent his remaining years first with the Kalmuk emigres in Philadelphia, and then with the American Buddhist Friends in New York, dying in April of 1965. Briefly, Owen Latimer, a few thoughts on Professor Latimer. Joseph McCarthy, Senator Joseph McCarthy, has said that Owen Latimer was, quote, the top Soviet espionage agent in the US. And he set out to prove it. That is, Joseph McCarthy did. This was through an investigation of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, which exonerated Professor Lattimore, but it permitted a different committee in the U.S. Senate, that is Senator Pat McCarran and the Senate Internal Security Committee, to continue investigating Professor Lattimore, which led to an indictment by the Justice Department, which led to a long FBI investigation, which led to absolutely nothing. You can look and look and look, and they didn't find it, at least according to Robert Newman's book, Owen Lattimore and the Lost, quote, of China. Professor Newman, in his writing, had access to Lattimore's FBI files. If only I were as popular to have 38,900 pages in my file with the FBI. I think mine is real short. I used to have a security clearance at one point. It's real short going, guys, boring, ignore them. I actually think my file with the PSB in Beijing is much larger. Erwin Yoder, who was a columnist for the Washington Post, sort of reviewed Professor Newman's book, and I'm going to quote a little bit from Professor Yoder just as a summary to bring you up to date or on the history of the McCarthy era, which we call the Red Scare. It sort of begins with Alger Hiss case in 1948, leads and it ends with the censure of Senator Joseph McCarthy in 1955. So we've got a period there of about 7 or 8 years of this era known as the Red Scare. We date Senator Joseph McCarthy and his influence from a speech February 9th, 1950. He was speaking before the Ohio County Women's Club in Wheeling, West Virginia. That has got to be real confusing. You think you're in Ohio and you're actually in West Virginia. Ohio County Women's Club in Wheeling, West Virginia, and the senator stood up and waved the piece of paper, and according to the only newspaper account, he said, I have here in my hand a list of 205 that were known to the Secretary of State as members of the Communist Party and who nevertheless are still working and shaping the policy of the State Department. End of quote. And that's what the American newspaper reporter wrote down. He got the quote correct. That's objective reporting, correct? We don't know what was on that piece of paper. It could have been his wife's shopping list, for all we know. American reporting that day was truthful but inaccurate. The senator said those words, I have in my hand. That press report was truthful. But they didn't say what was the contents in his hand. And over the following weeks, the senator changed his mind on the count. He said it was 57. No, it was 81. No, it was 10. And at the end of the investigation, the answer was, we didn't find any one of them, sir. Now, Owen Lattimore was one of the victims of the search. I think I'm presuming most of you know a little bit about his history, and I will leave it to you, but this is what Erwin Yoder says about Professor Lattimore. And this is a quote from the Washington Post, and afterwards you can go, they got it wrong. Mongolians deem Lattimore the most distinguished Western student of their remote land. Lattimore and his wife, in youth, followed most of the ancient caravan routes of Central Asia, seeing the sights, savored the food and talk and customs of these exotic and little-known territories. Lattimore clearly had an experiencing nature. Now, we know that he was attacked and accused of being a Soviet spy during the Red Scare. He died in 1988, quote, full of years and honors, his scholarly reputation unimpaired by this bizarre encounter with the McCarthyite hysteria. But in the last 3 decades of his life, he felt more comfortable living in Europe than in the US, understandably. The difficulty for this is that when Lattimore moved to, I believe it was Oxford, he loses the regular contact with the Dilawar. And these two men were very close friends during the first decade of the Dilawars' residence in the United States. Now, quickly, my methodology is I tried to find every accessible database I could, particularly for the elite media in the United States. That is the media we consider the record of our history, newspapers of record, not official ones like a Gazette, but those we respect over time for documenting history, and we respect generally their accuracy and their reliability and their strength as an historic document. The easiest way to describe all of this to you, and I do have copies of the paper, I'll probably bring them back to the embassy to distribute, is to tell a story on myself. That in the mid-1990s, I was looking back at the Falklands War, when Argentina invaded and tried to retake back the Malvinas, and thinking, why was that a surprise? I was also wondering why our invasion of Grenada and our invasion of, let me get to it, of Panama seemed to be a surprise. Now, the Argentines invaded Grenada in 1982, and the result was the collapse of the Argentine government. Of course, the British saved the Falklands, but the Argentine government actually collapsed as a result, and Margaret Thatcher's political career was resurrected. She was not popular at that time, but this is the point where she becomes the Iron Lady, and she goes on to rule happily with Ronald Reagan. Operation Urgent Fury, 1983, the invasion of Grenada under Ronald Reagan, and Operation Just Cause, 89-90, which brought down the regime of Manuel Noriega. And I'm wondering, how come those three things took the American and British people by surprise? Where was the media? Where were the newspapers? And I did this, and I was just in graduate school at the time, and I went and I tried to track down every article on the leading newspapers, magazines, journals in both nations, the United States and in England, for all three of those events, for an entire year before all three of those events. And there was so little. There was no clue. The leading newspapers and journals and magazines of Great Britain and the United States had failed, in my mind, to educate the American and British people that these events were coming. They're events in which our sons, and nowadays our daughters, might lose their lives, that governments fell, that the future of diplomacy changed. And I went to a fellow who I knew who had been, at the time, the chief correspondent for Latin America for the Christian Science Monitor, a very respected newspaper. He was there for 25 years and one of the most distinguished Latin American correspondents. And I took Jim aside and I literally patted on his chest and said, "You failed your readers. You failed your citizens. You failed democracy." He said, "What are you talking about?" And I laid out my research and he said, "You're right. Now let me explain gatekeeping and news values to you." I was there in Buenos Aires. I was in Havana. I was in Panama City. I was in Grenada. I saw it coming. I wrote about it. I wrote this much about it. And I sent it to my editors. And guess what? As you know, in a democracy, most media is private and it is based on turning a profit. And you turn that profit by delivering a product that your readers want and by advertising. And you get more advertising dollars because you deliver a product that your readers want. And if you can have more advertising space, you can get more advertising dollars, and you put in material that your readers want, and that did not include stories from Buenos Aires, Panama City, London, Grenada, wherever it may be, about some islands in the South Pacific or some tourist spot in the Caribbean, because the news hole is only this large. That was such a fascinating explanation that James Nelson Goodsell and John Williams went on to present 3 joint papers and publish an article on this, where I do the scholarship and I accuse the media, and he says, "You're right, let me explain the institution and how it happens." And that's a simple way of describing, in lay terms, these problems of gatekeeping and news values. Let me list some of these, and maybe you want to apply it to home. Real quick, I won't spend time to explain them, but I will go through them. Impact. Does the story have impact? Does the story have conflict? A big hug. That really doesn't get much story. Well, nowadays, cat stories and pet stories get that. That's actually a new trend. The good news story of the cat. That's a new trend recently, because apparently we want that. Familiarity. Is the topic familiar? Proximity, is it sort of close to us? And its timeliness, or its being novel. That was the first. Let me do a little more detail. So, you're an editor. You only have so much news hole to put all this news that is coming in from all your reporters, from all your sources, from the wire services, from press releases from the Mongolian embassy or the Mongolian Cultural Center saying we're going to have another talk or a speech, and you're the editor, and you have this much space or this much time, even in a digital world, you are making these decisions. And you ask the question, what is the impact on my audience? Nope, no impact there. I didn't feel it. Is it unusual? Yeah, if it's unusual, maybe I'll slip it in. Yeah, something a little unusual. When was the last time you saw a story in the United States about a dog biting a man? But I will tell you, if the man bit the dog, it'll be in the newspaper. Negativity, yes. The countries of Africa are deeply frustrated at the American and the Western and Northern press because all will report poverty, war, crime, disease. The unexpected, you're driving along and all of a sudden, whoa, that's got to go in the newspaper. The unambiguous, readers need it pretty clear. Don't give me something that is complex. Talking about a man biting a dog, it's unusual, it doesn't normally happen, and I can envision that poor dog just running from you. Which one needs to get the rabies shots? Personalizing, can I see it as a person, not as an abstract idea? I need a person, I need a face. How can it be meaningful to me? Does it involve elite nations? Which is probably why there are not a lot of stories on Mongolia. The stories will be on Russia and China, greater impact, more elite. So you're going to follow some of these when I'm going to go through some of these newspaper articles. Elite persons, and there are a couple of others, but that gives you a sense of these. What's more fun is I want to jump to some of these and let you go through the stories that I've found, mostly New York Times, which is the premier journal of record, the premier newspaper of record. It's the premier first rough draft of history, along with stories, a couple others from other ones I was able to find. I was unable to get into the Baltimore Sun, and I suspect there's probably stories there. You've told me that there. So that I'm going to excuse I may need to talk with you about how to get into the Baltimore Sun. But let's see if we do this. Yes. And this is in chronological order. The living Buddha arrives in the United States. This is an Associated Press story, and that's the entire story. I'm not going to have you read the whole thing because we would be here real long, but my paper does have the citations if you want to track them down. But clearly, Professor Lattimore is his sponsor and is his translator. And down at the very bottom, the Dilawa has reported to saying that Buddhism certainly will be in for a bad time in areas of China occupied by the communists. Now that's 1949, almost before the communists succeed in taking the entire mainland. Quick, take your pictures. Okay. Now, this is sort of reproduced from Time magazine that did something similar. It's a sort of odd the way they wrote it, and it's part of a longer story, but this is the only reference about this long wandering Dilawa Hukdub had changed his place of exile once again. He's now a resident. This doesn't sound very good for Baltimore. It sounds like he's going into exile in Baltimore, doesn't it? The man who had changed the Hukdub's mind and brought him to Baltimore was Owen Lattimore. And this theme will go throughout. The Dilawa staying in the Lattimore house. The Dilawa is a friend of Owen Lattimore. We'll take a picture of that real quick. Okay. I found nothing in the intervening couple of years, and this is where Owen Lattimore now is being called before the Senate committee. 2 articles on the day of the Senate committee hearing, April 7th, 1950, one by Harold Hinton, who was an old Soviet scholar at GW University long after this that I took a class from. And this is the beginning of the story, talking about Professor Lattimore under oath, denied the charges made to him by Senator McCarthy. And this is sort of a feature story. There's a new story I'll show you in a moment. And embedded in it is a reference to the Dilawa. Down in the bottom of the story, a faithful attendant throughout the morning and afternoon sessions was a Dilawa Hukdub, known as the living Buddha, who had fled Mongolia to escape capture by the communists and now living in Baltimore. He does not understand English, but appears to find the proceedings interesting. I'm sure he's going, these people are nuts. And then he consented to a photograph with Mr. Lattimore and Senator Millard Tydings, the Democrat of Maryland, who was the chairman of the subcommittee. And of course, this is how you personalize a story. You describe what they wear. The living Buddha was wearing a native robe of dark red. And in attendance were Professor Lattimore's parents, by the way. Here's the other story. It starts on the front page of the New York Times, and it's great. They came face to face in Washington. Conflict. That's what you want. You want conflict. You want something familiar. It's in the front pages. You want an important nation. You're a sellout to the communists. That's Russia, Soviet Union, China, the monolithic bloc, and Professor Lattimore and Joseph McCarthy. And they set the two pictures side by side, front page of the New York Times. It's like a Western cowboy shootout, it looks like. Well, here's the other side, and here's Lattimore denies that he was ever a Red. Tydings clears him. Professor tells Senate inquiry. McCarthy is a willing tool of the China lobby. Chairman backs witness. It all goes down. This is the second part of the front page story. And then if you go inside, there is a photograph of the Dilawar and David and Mrs. Lattimore. These are the parents. And they're sitting, supporting their son and their friend. And there's just a little reference. The only reference here is a caption that goes sort of describing who the three people are and how they sat and seemed to be interested in what was happening. 1950, the son of Owen Lattimore, who is also a David, invites the Dilawar to come up, and this, I've taken this off the web. I couldn't find the original copy of it. It's from the Harvard Crimson, 1950, talking about a 1,100-year-old living Buddha who had 17 chances to enter, I thought they were going to say Harvard, but enter heaven, but preferred to return to earth to help others, visited college, and stayed with Lattimore's son David, who is the Dilawar's godson, which shows you the personal family, sort of familiar relationship between the Dilawar and the professor. And the story goes on and describes certain things that you might find in an alumni magazine. The Dilawar isn't physically so old, godson David Lattimore explained, but his soul is the 18th reincarnation. Let's see, I think I put the second page on there. In part, I wanted the second page because it refers a bit to the relationship with Owen Lattimore again. And I think the last paragraph is sort of the cute human interest one. The Dilawar stayed with Lattimore in Adam's house yesterday. When asked how she would let the Lama in without a necktie, which I gather is a requirement back then, the checker at the Adams House dining hall emphasized the need to make exceptions sometimes, which was probably she was going through gatekeeping and her news value saying what is appropriate in the circumstance. The point that I'm making with these is these stories are not about the Dilawar. They're about Owen Lattimore, and here is an interesting side note. Several years later, there is a meeting at the Far Eastern Association in Boston, and it's a long story in the Christian Science Monitor of all sorts of things. And the last paragraph, this is the last paragraph. Oh, by the way, Professor Lattimore was there, and he's talking about things. And you'll note in the middle of the article, his talk was exclusively cultural, and he made no comment on the political situation in the Far East whatsoever. And I'm sure he's saying, sure, my gatekeeping is telling me my news value is don't say anything that gets Joseph McCarthy angry because he's still a U.S. Senator. And then a little talking about the work that Lattimore is doing with translating documents, religious materials from Mongolia. And of course, down at the bottom with Mr. Lattimore is Dilawar Huktuk from Outer Mongolia. And there's a picture on the second page of the two, sorry, it didn't come out, as they're chatting at the conference. We were talking, Chris, the Kalmucks and the Buddhist community out of Siberia in Russia, with an emigre group settling in New Jersey and Philadelphia. And the Dilawar moves, as Lattimore leaves the United States, the Dilawar moves to Philadelphia and then eventually to New York City, and he's supportive of Buddhist activities and serves as a religious, officiating at religious affairs. So the Lattimores are still in the United States when the Kalmucks dedicate a small temple. It's a very humble building. There it is, in New Jersey. And here's the fascinating paragraph describing His Holiness Diloa Huktuk, called the living Buddha, and corresponding in the Buddhist hierarchy. And this is where you sort of go, I wonder if they edited the rough draft of history. Corresponding in the hierarchy to a member of the College of Cardinals in a Roman Catholic church, held a 90-minute religious ceremonies dedicated to the temple. And then read the last paragraph there. Also attending the dedication were Countess Alexandra Tolstoy, the daughter of the Russian novelist, Professor Pearl Buck, the American author, and Professor Owen Lattimore of Johns Hopkins University, and Mrs. Lattimore, and a bunch of little students following along. I know what that's like, bringing students to conferences. But even a story that might be about the Diloa is about Owen Lattimore. 1957, and this is just to show you the confusions that are out there, is a milestones piece out of Time magazine. And notice that there is a Lama with the last name of Huktuk, who is supposed to be a living Buddha, not to be confused with the Baltimore resident Diloa Huktuk, who defended Far East expert Owen Lattimore in 1950 against charges of aiding communists in China. I mean, you can't even make a reference to the Diloa without attaching him to Owen Lattimore. I don't mean to discount Professor Lattimore, but certainly there's an independent person in Diloa Huktuk. 1959, the Chinese have moved into Tibet. And we've got the violence in Lhasa, we have riots, and we've got violence committed against the Tibetan people in Lhasa, and eventually, quickly, the Dalai Lama flees to India. And the Diloa writes a letter to the editor in complaint and in support of the Tibetan Buddhists. It's published in 1926, March 26th of 1959. And the following day, there is an article about the Kolmuks and others protesting. What the community did is write letters that they sent to, let's see, down at the bottom, they sent it to the US State Department, to the United Nations, to the Prime Minister of India, Nehru, to the governor of New Jersey. I'm not sure how the governor of New Jersey could help, but they were sending these letters of complaint on behalf of the Tibetan people in Lhasa being oppressed by the Chinese. And then we jump to 1969, and there are a set of stories about the passing of the Diloa. His life is sort of either Owen Lattimore or his passing. Buddhist leader ill. What is fascinating about this article, it becomes, even though it is talking about his illness, now he doesn't die this year, but it is one of the most lengthy articles and talking about him personally. The interviewer sat with him, asked about his life as a child, growing up, being identified as a living Buddha, eventually being a member of the government. He was a governor of a combination of provinces, one of the provincial governor, eventually his fleeing into China, to Tibet, and the United States, his talking about his religious views and how he views his role. Not until he's ill with eventually terminal cancer is anyone writing American history for the public talking about the importance of this man himself without using either the word Owen or Lattimore. A little bit, oh, no, it's there. Oh my goodness, right there in the story. David Lattimore, the son of Professor Lattimore, acted as the interpreter at the hospital. Oh, I can't get away from him. The day before the Diloa's passing, in 1965, was another article, and I want you to note the first paragraph. The Diloa Huktuk, highest-ranking Buddhist Lama in the United States, is dying in a teeny 3-room apartment in a shabby building just west of 3rd Avenue on 32nd Street. That may be an accurate depiction of his circumstances in his last days. But what I think it is the editor saying, what will grab the interest of a reader who doesn't understand this man and his importance? Oh, maybe the story of his circumstances will bring the reader in. It is a lengthier story with a lot of details and useful details, though it has a strange ending. On the stoop of number 204, a 5-story brick building of old red, five-story building of old red brick and brownstone, a group of teenagers chatted yesterday over the sound of a skateboard rattling on flagstones. Did they know the man who was once the governor of a Mongolian province and the absolute ruler of 900 llamas, as well as miles of farm and pasture land? Did they know that? You mean, said a girl in her jeans and hair rollers, who is also his neighbor, the guy who always wears long black robe? And that's the end of the story. It is personalized. It has a personal connection with the reader. It may not be relevant to the essence of the man, though. But you understand news values when an editor or a reporter is saying, I've got this space because I need to sell a product, because I need to deliver stories that are relevant, of interest, are novel, are personalized, are important, or unique. The next day he dies. There's a much longer story. It goes, it's on the first page, and it goes onto a latter page. It gives details. It gives even greater details. It's not very personalized. It's no interview there, but lots of details. It was collected. It talks about the people that had gathered for the memorial service, but note the subheadline, Shabby Rooms Were the Home of Outer Mongolia Exile. That's how this first draft of history, if it is not made correct, now this is probably true, is it accurate, is not made correct by us historians, is the memory that we have. This is only a part. There are, in the photograph, there are actually 8 senior lamas, and if you want to see, I've got copies, full copies of the stories, and they're identified who'd come together for memorial services. And certainly the following day, delegates from nations, UN nations, who have large Buddhist populations gathered and went to the funeral home. The Frankie Campbell, the funeral church on Madison Avenue and 81st Street, and representatives came together to pray and have services, and eventually the body was taken and cremated, and there was a subsequent service in the Kalmuk community in New Jersey. Now, what's really strange is a week later, a long, long letter appears. It is from Robert Buchanan, MD, and he is a senior dean at the Cornell University Medical Center, which provided medical care for the Dilawa. Your articles of April 7th and 8th on the Dilawa Huktuk, the highest-ranking Buddhist Lama in the United States, it was correctly implied that the Dilawa was living in reduced circumstances in a nondescript building on 32nd Street. However, no mention was made of the medical care that he was receiving. It was unusual care, and the article, which I don't reproduce here, is a long article that explains in great detail that he was provided excellent care at all times by Cornell University Hospital. I'm sort of going, that's interesting. Based on those articles, you're concerned about how you will be remembered, not how the Dilawa will be remembered. And it concludes, the care that they gave the Dilawa, their concerned and respectful treatment of him made it possible for the Dilawa Huktuk to die in comfort and in dignity. There are several other stories out there in which his name appears. And there are references, usually, if you go through the literature, there are references to people who have had contact with the Dilawa and who had interviewed them for their research. One of the Tibetan experts at the American Museum of Natural History in New York City, for example. Let me, real quick now, conclude. The American newspaper coverage of Dilawa Huktuk, as measured primarily by America's newspaper of record, falls into 4 episodes. The arrival and working relationship with Professor Lattimore, a couple of articles about the Dilawa's relationship with the Kalmuks, his commenting on the Chinese treatment of Tibet, and then extensive stories at the time of his passing. All of these, well, not all of them, many of these articles discuss, either in passing or at length, Owen Lattimore. In fact, the first 4 articles seem to be entirely about Professor Lattimore. The depth of understanding and appreciation of the Lama comes on his passing with 2 excellent articles. They are ones that I would start any research with because they give detail, they give date, and they actually give his thoughts in quotes. The story choices, what to publish and how to publish, are readily understood in the context of gatekeeping and news values. This does not mean that American journalism gets it right or that provides appropriate treatment. For the early years, the story was of Owen Lattimore, and the Dilawar was context and novelty. In the middle years, the Dilawar was important for the local nature of the story and for the political story of China and Tibet. The last chapter is most readily understood by the tone of the stories, his reduced circumstances. This appeals to novelty, conflict, and sadly, negativity. The story of the Dilawar Huktuk, as covered by the American press, is only a rough first draft of history. Activities such as the memorial that was held 2 years ago and the writings of us as historians will help make that rough draft into really good, accurate, usable, memorable history. The theories of gatekeeping and news value explain the circumstances of the coverage, but they do not justify the treatment. It is up to us, all of us, to polish the drafts, improve the accuracy, and protect the memory. Thank you, everyone. And did I use your time up?
No, you're doing fine.
Oh,
It's
great.
wonderful. I don't know if, oh, you do have a question if you don't mind.
Yes, please. I love both of you.
So my question to you is, how did you check yourself in talking from historical perspective when you found those stories?
Well,
how did you check yourself history from historic perspective? I know you are not historian of Mongolia.
Right.
But for somebody who wants to do similar type of research perspective, I'm just wondering how that historical aspect need to be taken into consideration when we look at newspaper.
Right. We have really good historians in this audience. We also have people who've lived history, such as the ambassador here who's got a couple of books of living the history he's been through. My first response is, I wouldn't even trust him as history. I start out, I'm the skeptic, because I'm sure he's gone through his own gatekeeping and news values. You certainly want to sell the books. You want to portray the story. In law, the people we trust are the ones that talk against self-interest. So if he were to write an expose confessing everything he did, I might trust it a little bit more than saying all the great things, which is why your ambassador was very hesitant. But to start off with, every one of us as historians, we need to be skeptical of everything. I'm not sure that any of this was inaccurate. There's some of these where one can literally go back, and this is where it's important for those of us who are historians who can get back to the location, particularly if it's fairly recent history, or get back to earlier and earlier documents. Professor Atwood, who deals with documents all the time, the steps you must go through in comparison. But for us as journalists, historians, multiple independent sources from different perspectives, always being skeptical, and get them to go on the record. The worst thing I think that's happened to American journalism is to accept anonymous. Because then you, as the author, it's your name on here. What's really great here, it's not my name, it's all the people I've footnoted, like Chris. You know, you can say, well, you got it wrong. No, Chris got it wrong, I just relied on him. Yes, ma'am.
That was the most fascinating presentation. I am from the Kalmuk community.
Fantastic.
And my mother, who recently passed away, wrote a wonderful article about her because she met the president of Mongolia when he came to Philadelphia, and she was invited to the press conference to meet him because she's over 100 years old. I, being Kalmuk, and also professionally a photo editor in journalism, in two highly revered weekly magazines, I won't say which ones, but as a photo editor, I know what you're talking about. I worked on some major stories like Katrina, the invasion of Beirut, and every picture tells a story. When Rolex says we don't want that picture on the cover, guess what? We take out very powerful images. So, talk about gatekeeping.
but your research about I can't pronounce his name, sorry. My mother would have loved to share some stories because I saw that you had Bakshin quote, and we knew him.
Wow.
And she would have shared some stories from the 60s about how we revered him. So anyway, thank you so much for all your investigation and your insights about journalism, sharing it with a wider audience.
Save everything. Save everything. My wife refused to come because she knows I'm going to say the word save everything. The little historian in me is save everything. I wish I had interviewed my father with the wisdom that I have today. Documented. Save it. This is the horrifying thing in my family. Some of you may know the American composer Charles Ives. Don't worry if you don't. Charles Ives was considered one of the top 10 American composers. He was my mother's first cousin. And when he passed on, he had a barrel of sheet music. And the family had no interest in his music and didn't know what to do with it, and they burned it all. Yes, exactly, huh? At this point, my wife goes, you save everything because you don't know the treasures. And that's what that is the raw material. Now, what we save and how we save it and what's written down, if I were to, I see notes of my father, and they're really cute. I see notes of his military records. My dad was overweight. He was described as portly. That's a nice way of saying we want him to stay in the military because he's not overweight. He's portly. But I do know that my dad was an incredibly moral man, and that was one of the problems because he apparently, like me, has a big mouth and would say, that's unethical, it's illegal, I won't do it. And so they said, well, he's incredibly moral, but this may not be the position for him. So you have to read between the lines also. Yeah.
Thank you.
Well,
so
good.
much for
Thank you. Now, here's someone that you need to know because here's how you can get into history.
Well, if you want to preserve things, the Library of Congress is a great repository of many things, photographs and documents and books. So we are a great place to look for things that may be hidden as well, which brings me to my presentation today. I'm going to talk a little bit about the Mongolian collection here. Because I hope many of you can make use of it. The Library of Congress is open to registered readers. Anyone can get a reader's card above the age of 16 and make use of our collections. So welcome. And I have done a small display of some of our rare items for this, especially for this conference. And I'm going to lead you over to the Asian reading room so you can look at them. After I give just a very brief introduction to the entire Mongolian collection for you. Let's get rid of this.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'm not offended at all.
Where are you? All right. Where's mine? Down here. This is better, right? Yeah. Okay. There we go. Thank you. Okay. So the Asian Division of the Library of Congress is one of 4 area studies divisions, and we have custody of all Asian language materials. There we go. These are the 4 area studies divisions. And other collections in other formats than books are in other parts of the libraries. The Mongolian collection itself is in the Asian Division, and we currently have over 10,300 monographs, 170 serial titles, over 3,900 microfiche, 168 microfilm reels, and about 600 volumes of rare books. The collections can be searched at catalog.loc.gov using the Library of Congress transliteration for Mongolian, and they can be requested for use in the Asian reading room. This is the Asian reading room, which we will visit soon. In addition, the Asian Reading Room has an extensive Mongolian reference collection of nearly 300 reference books on Mongolian, Western and Mongolian languages. The library's general collections also have comprehensive holdings in Western languages, which are accessible through over 5,000 subject headings containing the search term Mongolia. The collection began with gifts of 3 Mongolian books from William Rockhill between 1893 and 1901. This is a different photo of Rockhill than you saw in this morning's presentation. He was an American diplomat who became U.S. minister to China 1905 to 1909, and later ambassador to Turkey and ambassador to Russia. However, before joining the Foreign Service, he studied Tibetan and Sanskrit in Paris and is considered America's first Tibetologist. He later traveled to Tibet and Mongolia between 1884 and 1901, where he collected the books donated to the library. His 3 Mongolian books included 2 Mongolian translations from Tibetan of famous Buddhist sutras. This is the first one. It's the illustrated manuscript of the Sutra of the Great Liberation, Tapa Chempodo. And the third book is a 14th century Tibetan historical work translated from Tibetan into Mongolian, Gelab Sawe Melung, the Royal Mirror of Genealogies. All 3 are on display in the first glass case that you'll see in the reading room soon, along with 2 Rockhill-related works, his diary and his biography. Other rare Mongolian collections were acquired from Bertold Laufer, German-born anthropologist who acquired collections for the Newberry Library and the John Crear Library in Chicago, which were later transferred to the Library of Congress in 1917. This included many 18th century xylographs of Buddhist canonical works, biography, history, classical medicine, and language. You will see one of the Laufer collection books in the display cases. Our rare Mongolian collection also contains special volumes such as this one, showing the beauty of the Mongolian manuscripts. This is the cover for a Diamond Sutra. And this is a 9-jewel sutra in Tibetan, but produced in Mongolia because it uses the 9 inks, alternating gold, silver, coral, pearl, turquoise, lapis lazuli, mother of pearl, iron, and copper. And finally, this is a manuscript copy of Dansun Ravja's Story of the Paper Bird. And the rare collections also contain reprint editions of both the Mongolian Kanjur and Tanjur, the major collections of Buddhist canonical texts translated from Tibetan. These were published by Lokas Chandra, the great Indian scholar in the 1970s, from the originals kept in Mongolia. As for digital resources, I would like to mention a set of Mongolian laws and regulations 1917 to 1940, some of which have been digitized by the American Center for Mongolian Studies and are available on their website. In 1992, recognizing the expansion of publishing under the democratic reforms, actually a colleague and I traveled to Ulaanbaatar to establish an acquisitions program for current Mongolian books through a bibliographic representative in Ulaanbaatar, who now supplies about 30 to 40 new Mongolian books each month to the Library of Congress, mailed via the U.S. Embassy. We also acquire Mongolian books published in China, Taiwan, and Russia, including small collections in Kalmyk and Buryat languages. We acquire Mongolian newspapers, which are sent for microfilming in the Library of Congress New Delhi office. We currently are receiving 5 of these titles. But we also have unique holdings of several smaller newspapers which are long out of print, and we're currently working on cataloging those. These are a few samples from our serial holdings. A few of our modern books. I would mention that the Mongolian collection is very popular with visiting Mongolian scholars and officials, and we receive many visits each year from and new publications as gifts from visiting authors and officials. And we are especially grateful to former U.S. Ambassador to Mongolia, Jonathan Adelton, who is here with us today, for his large donation of Mongolian books, maps, and CDs. And he also donated to the library several special volumes published by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs on the occasion of the 25th anniversary of U.S.-Mongolia relations. So it's a very special donation, and we were very grateful for that. And also, within that donation, there were 2 hand-copied facsimiles of the manuscripts from the Mongolian National Archives, which you saw in Ambassador Altengerel's presentation. They were the first travel permits for an American, Mr. Pelosi, from 1862. And I have one of them on display in the glass cases in the reading room. Now, since this is the 30th anniversary, this is a picture of our program for the 25th anniversary, when Ambassador Adelton had just completed his book, which is also in our collections now. So I invite you to come with me to the Asian Reading Room to see some of the displays. In addition to some of the items I've already mentioned, not quite yet. Wait. Excuse me. Okay. You can also see one of Roy Chapman Andrews' books with his lovely description of camping on the shores of Saga Nor in 1920s, a 1918 volume of Asia, Journal of the American Asiatic Association with articles about Mongolia, and a page from F.A. Larson's diary. Larson was a missionary who played a crucial role in influencing U.S. policy regarding Mongolia between 1915 and 1919. I selected a page to show in the display, which seemed appropriate for this occasion. And since it may be difficult to read through the glass, I just wanted to share it briefly with you here. This is a quote from Larson's diary. What I really worked over was to get the Mongolian officials to see the point, the value of getting known in other places, and getting new friends from faraway America. To get the Mongols and camels was just an everyday job for me. But the Americans, without exception, liked our Mongols, and it was two-sided. The Mongols liked Americans. And I believe now that those months and years on Mongolia made a loving, lasting impression on us all. Okay, thank you. And you, feel free to ask questions while we're looking at the display.
minni mongo thing altergauja haltıldı nar jargın soğukta harva dilli kidi martaq yosu be Green door, shallow in the Mongolian under a